Hello, welcome to the stream. I am going to be working on creatures today, so I need to somehow work out what the hell these modifiers and things like food and water should go under. I just was dicking around with what I already had, and I went, oh, right, I've got all these fucking things. So we need to pub mod. I don't know what you would call them. Because they're not conditions. They're like, I don't know. Let's call them bars now. And then we're just going to put food, water, energy in there. Well, I guess you take the whole thing, don't you? Take that. Then we pop into bars and let's paste that stuff in there. And we just go that should just work. Then we're going to pub use bars. That should just make it so the other places all still work. And then I guess this just needs to use super. Right. I think that should work. Then we gotta come in here and be all I guess we plug in it. Creature plugin. Something like that. Creature plugin. Yep. So, not entirely sure how I'm going to go about this, because I'm starting to feel like I should just branch away from the base game, just because, some of the things, so what I did off stream for, is I modified my extract code to actually extract creatures into, creature formats that I actually plan to load, as opposed to the ones that are, in here. These still stay, basically just exporting the data, but not in a table, so I can have a look at it and work out what's going on. But then I actually made one. I was like, well, this is what's actually going to be loaded by the game. Not entirely 100%, because certain things like this the encounters need to be modified because they're a little bit wonky. But it converts the conditions into the name of the condition, the chance that it has the condition, just so that I could actually human readably go through it and also work out the things. It also tells you what their starting loot is and their what corpse they spawn. But one of the things I noticed going down this list is it's got some really dumb, silly things. Like if we go to the dogman or deer, that all the animals are wearing a coat, which to me is really funny because in my head it's the coat they're wearing a jacket, but they're not actually wearing a jacket. They're just wearing a coat, and if you go into the conditions and look at wearing a coat, it just means that they're basically unaffected by temperature. So for some reason, instead of making the creatures unaffected by temperature, they gave them all a condition called wearing a coat. Like the dogs were wearing coats, and the dogmen are wearing coats, and it's just a way of modifying their maximum temperature. But I forgot where I was going with this. It's just something I've done. So the idea is that for some reason also the dogmen have two sets of alert, which I don't quite understand, why they have an 85% chance and then a 50% chance of getting alert twice. Maybe we can look up what alert does. Because this is the annoying thing about the conditions being stackable modifiers, is that there is a chance that sleep awareness, so it's basically a modifier stacking twice. So it's saying that they're 50% more awake, I guess. I don't know why awareness would be modified by 0.5 when they're alert. Huh. But so is it saying there's a 85% chance it gets it once and a 50% chance it gets it the second time? I don't know what the odds are of it having it at least once, because it's higher than both of those. But then there's a chance, and that chance is 85 or 50. 16% or something of it having it twice. Well, it's not even, it's 8% chance of having it twice. Because it's 15% more to get to 100%. So there's a 15% chance it doesn't have it. And then there's a, oh no, so there's a 40% chance it has double alertness. Which I don't like the idea of. That's just a weird way of doing it. But I guess I think that's what it's trying to convey, is that you can stack the condition. Anyway, we have our creatures plugin, and the creatures plugin is we're going to have a pub struct well, it's more like mod template, something like that. And we're going to have a creature template, which is going to contain the information that's in there. And then in here, we're going to like app dot init resource template creature template. I think we need to make a to-do maybe in here somewhere, like new file to-do. So we have to go to templates here and just be like pub struct creature template. Pub struct creature template. I'm gonna go pub use super. Oh no, maybe not even pub. We'll just use Bevy prelude like that. Alright. So we have our creature template. And we have our creature template, apparently not a resource. Derive. I must have init resource, not init asset. Asset. Yeah, cool. So we need to do, and we're going to say template, creature template. We have to do creature template, and we're just going to have a little thing down here and say have component to spawn creature from template. Something like that. Okay, so on spawn, sample traits, add components to entity based on odds. Maybe, I don't know. Something like that. So if we create a template, template, and so the template is going to have so it needs to be asset, and it also needs type, I think, something like that. So let's have a look at what our creature template needs in terms of being able to do certain things. So it's obviously going to need a name, which is just a string. We should probably comment this stuff too. So this is the name. So this is the canonical name of this creature. Yeah, I think interestingly, this canonical name and then the display name are going to be two separate names, because the way it works in the actual game is if we go like to the thing, their display name is Stranger, while their actual name is ATN Warrior. So what I'm thinking is that the name is like ATN Warrior is not going to be their name. That's just the file you load. The display name will be the name that their canonical name. So that's their canonical name. Because I think all of these are just, yeah. So I'm going to go modify my little like extraction script, wherever that is. Example extraction. So it's like in here. This is extract items. How about we want to extract? Oh, up this. Extract creatures. Down the bottom here. And go, okay, so when we extract our creatures in this file one, we're just going to say that the name is the display name, and the file name is the canonical name. And the reason for that is because it doesn't make sense for it to be like, oh yeah, it's the 18 thing. So the canonical name, because what I'm thinking is like the actual name of the mob is different to the template name. So this is the name of basically like what it will be called when you don't know their name. So it's going to be called like person, and therefore like when you learn their name is Greg, it's like Greg is not a separate creature. Greg is a human Yeah, anyway. So what else does our creature template need? We should probably just go copy our creature thing and go, okay. So, well, one thing to do is go run our examples again. So we have to rerun this so that it exports and makes these the correct shape for what the actual does look like. But, like, does that make sense? So, like, if we have a person and we name them Bob, Bob is obviously going to have the human template. So the human template doesn't have that his name is Bob, because that would be a bit weird. So there we go. So we could put the ATN worry here, but like I feel like, again, just by the trying to copy the game a little bit, we're going to keep the fact that like the ATN warriors are called strangers when you don't know that they're an ATN warrior. So they need a icon. Well, I guess it's not the canon name. It's the unidentified name of this character. The icon, which is going to be, again, I guess in this case it's a handle to a string, like so. Wait, not a string, to an image. Right, so that's their icon. It's like the world map icon. Faction. Which is going to be a handle. I guess creatures need factions, so we're going to go like up here and be like mod faction. And do that, and then we have to go here and be like use Bevy prelude, like so. Pub struct faction. Name string. And which is going to be a hash map. That's going to be a handle faction and a I-32, I guess, something like that. They're going to work, maybe. You need to drive asset and type path like that. Then we can go up here and we can go, okay, so you can app.init asset. So this is going to be faction, something like that. So my thinking is that like the issue with the factions is I'm pretty sure that there's a specific thing, and then there's a like a global thing. So there's a like they belong to this faction, and then there's this particular character's relationship, but that might be stored on the actual character themselves. So the idea is that the faction is a template, so it's going to be the starting faction. Right, so that's going to be like their starting faction. So the icon used to display on the map. Right, something like that. And then this is going to be the faction, which is the faction this person belongs to will global. So the idea is that when they spawn in, they'll get the global faction reputation, but the idea is if the player does something specifically to this person, it'll lower their reputation with the player, but it won't necessarily lower the faction's reputation with the player, is what I'm thinking. So the idea is like if you piss off a guy, and then he has to go back to his faction. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hopefully it will be productive. Hopefully. Yeah. So as I say, yeah. So the idea is if you piss off a person, they have to actually go spread the word that you pissed them off. It doesn't instantaneously update the faction. Like, or like you can do something that pisses a specific person off without necessarily pissing the faction off. Not entirely sure how that would work, like universally, especially because it's one of those things where like most of the faction reputations wouldn't change, because the idea is that like outside of the player's reputation with a particular character, that you probably don't want the world fucking with the characters. So the idea of like, I guess that would kind of be an interesting thing, is if you could like build up the reputation between two factions to piss off a different faction. That would be fun. Kind of interesting. Of like a thing. But again, what I'm going for is the idea that if the player does something to someone, they don't immediately, like the whole faction doesn't immediately start hating the player because they attacked someone. That person has to actually get to like a contact point that they would then spread out to other characters. So the idea is, I guess, when new characters spawn, their reputation would decrease or increase based on like what the player's actions had been. But I kind of want to go with the approach of maybe spawning in every single character at the beginning of the game, or at the very least like having some kind of reserve of characters that can like pop in and out of existence, but like they're all known. The idea being that eventually the player could piss everyone off. But I don't know how that's going to work. Anyway, we're going off the game at the moment, so working on base off to base faction. No, where we template. So we have icon faction. So we have a basic attack. So I think I might just go something like basic attack, and then we're just going to say, I guess this would be a handle to an attack, something like that. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work, but anyway, this is the fallback attack if they have no items. Because again, I don't want to have to implement attacks for today because we're just doing basic faction like creature stuff. So I'm going to call this speed, and it's just going to be we'll call it moves per turn. Moves per turn, and this is I guess a U32. So this is the number of actions the creature can queue at the start of a turn. My thing is, because again, I don't know how much I want to stick to the game, finish the game, and then add stuff, because I keep coming across things where I'm like, it would be just much more fun just to implement this in a better way. But then it's like it wouldn't be the same game. But I was thinking, like, at the moment in the game, if you end your turn, you can literally like use all 5 movements to move away and then end your turn, and they can't follow you. But they get, like, I think the dogman gets 4 moves, sort of thing. We'll go to the dogman specifically. The creature dogman. I'm pretty sure the dogman gets. Oh, so they get 3 moves. So the dogman gets to make 3 moves. So if you don't move, they can just move 3 times. But if you move 5 spaces, the dogmen can't catch up to you, which, well, I mean, they never could anyway. But I was thinking it'd be an interesting thing of being like, if you move, it's like they get to make their turn, and so they basically set a path, and then like they follow you as you move. So the idea is if you move into a terrain that's terrible terrain, you can get caught because you couldn't get out of the terrain in time. Anyway. So again, this one's going to be, I guess, commented out. This is going to be the loot they start with. So this would again be commented out. It's going to be loot. It's going to be a handle to a loot table. I think that's how that works. So the idea is that you're going to spawn in like a loot table's worth of loot. Now, it's going to be slightly modified because I think you could probably specify... Actually, no, it has to be guaranteed a loot table because there's only one thing. Yeah. Okay. And then there's corpse, which is going to be a... I don't know. I'd have to check all the items to see, but I believe also that the loot table, the corpse item that is spawned when this creature dies. My thinking is, I think it's not actually a loot table. It may be a list of items because, I don't know how the game actually goes about it. We can just look through, I guess, and just see if there's any that don't make sense. So, encounters, activities, one of these. So the corpse, you're a humanoid corpse. You're a human corpse. You're a human corpse. Human corpse. Humanoid corpse. Deer corpse. You are a drone wreck and debris. Okay, so that's something to check, is the drone wreck, and see if that's multiple items, because if that's multiple items, then it's interesting. You should just be a humanoid corpse. Yep. You're a dog corpse. Corpse. Dog corpse. They're all going to be dog corpses. So humanoid corpse. Humanoid corpse. Humanoid corpse. Melonhead's a humanoid corpse? Okay. Yeah. Wait, no, it is a corpse. Okay. Player drops a humanoid. Okay. Can trigger good, can trigger evil. Hypothermic grace period. Basic recipes 1 through 4. Interesting. Humanoid corpse and humanoid corpse. So the only one we have to check is the drone, which, how do we check that? I guess we go to here, get IDs, treasure IDs, and go, drone, so 666, so we're going to go to treasure 666. 666. Okay, so the assorted small parts and plastic shard. So it is in fact, I wonder what the plastic shard is. It is in fact possible that there's one item, one creature that doesn't drop just a single item, which does mean that we make the entire thing a loot table. Easy enough. So we're going to go back to here. Template. So the corpse loot is also a loot table, which is good enough. So what's next after that? So we have the corpse. So we have the conditions, which is going to be a vector at this point of strings, because I'm just going to dump the conditions on them. I guess they do need to have to be a like a. I'm going to call them a condition. Condition C condition. So confirmed, or I have hard code string, and then the other one is chance, which again is a string and an F32. Right. So and this would be condition. So the idea is that, like, for now I just want it to have conditions. Let's just not bother with that. So this creature template, and we spawn that. It's going to spawn in a bunch of conditions, and the conditions are going to be conditions. So there's things like despawn in 8 hours. Yeah. Activities and encounters. I think I'm just not going to bother with those at the moment, because the idea is that they're like, when you examine them or like spy on them, they will be doing an activity, and then the encounters are like when you offer to talk. I think it picks one of these encounters to be like, oh, you had a conversation, or they didn't talk, or they had a brief talk. So I don't know how it picks which of these it is, but like this is from like ending combat with a conversation, so not exactly relevant. So next we have to say something like struct template creature template loader. you are going to derive asset path. No, type path. Something like that. And then we're going to import asset loader for creature template loader. End home insert public, something like that. I'm going to go type asset. So your asset is a creature template. Your settings is nothing, and your error type is a static string. And then load is just going to say to do. Async to do. Right. Excuse me. What can you? Okay, I guess we just qualify all this stuff like so. Conditional send future. Look at the condition. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, so that's going to async to do, and then we have to go back to here, and we have to work on the next thing, which is to go like spawning. I guess we need to app.add loader. Register asset loader. Pre-register asset loader. Okay, so that's going to be template. Template loader, something like that. We made the faction loader as well. How does the faction loader work? You extract into the faction. Yeah, not entirely sure how that's going to work. Alright, anyway, creatures, log, creatures. I guess we can just copy paste this out because the factions aren't going to really change how they appear. Actually, maybe I should change how they appear. No, I'll make my own custom loader for that. So we're gonna go copy factions, and we're gonna go up to assets and paste factions in here, and then we have our list of factions. Okay, so creature our faction, we're gonna have a pubstruct faction loader. Derive type path like that, and then we import asset loader for faction loader. Type asset is faction type, settings is this, type error is static stir. And then you have an fn load. And this again also goes async to do. fucking qualify. Qualify and qualify. Right. So, load assets. What's it doing? I've completely lost the plot again. Right, so we have our faction there until it's spawning. Okay, so we're gonna have like a use Bevy prelude. Something like that. And we're gonna go like spawn creature. Right. So that's gonna do something. And then we're gonna have like a pub struct spawn I don't know, maybe we can look at maybe. I want to say that there's some kind of like derive asset. What was it called? It was called like a scene component. So there's like a creature, and then we can say template, which is then like a handle to a creature, to a super creature. Template. Was it just called template? No, it is called a creature template. There we go. So you're apparently not clone, which is fine. We can make you clone. You don't have default. Well, that's annoying. Actually, handles do have default, don't they? It's entities don't. This type does not manually implement from template. I import from template for creature. This function takes one argument. You're saying from template derives from template would generate a template for the derived component. Import from template for player type template equals player template. Struct player template is a handle template image. Build template, template context. Self.image.build template, own template. No, that's not how this works. It's something like you've got to like import is that how that works? I'm sure I've done this before. How did it even fucking work? So scene, widget properties. Wait, okay, so it's more like struct creature props, which then has the template for the handle, and then you get to be just a thing, and then you get to just be like scene creature props, and then you're going to complain because something about this function takes 0 arguments, but 1 argument was supplied. Okay, let's go back to here and go like, what the fuck were we doing? Gradient widget, which takes in the properties and it returns a gradient widget. Okay, wait, so gradient widget's the one that needs the scene. Okay, so yeah, creature's the one that gets the scene. And then we're going to say props, which is only creature props. Right, and it's going to say that you don't have default, so derive default on that. Something about a public-private interface leak. Okay, so that's just that you need to be public. Okay. And then you be all like BS and so my other annoyance is how the hell do I get access to this? Because it does say about like scene stuff being able to take in, from what I remember, more things. It's a scene component. Okay, we're just gonna like do some quick googling. We're like Bevy scene component. What I want to, I'm pretty sure. But I don't remember how it fucking works. Is it this can somehow be like I want to be like a reference to assets. Creature. Okay, can we replace this with use path? Maybe like a creature template. No. Okay. There's definitely a way to do it. I just don't remember how, but like I saw some kind of thing that was like templating shit. And you could like use it to bring in stuff. Can I say like res assets creature template? Like, is this just a thing that I can do? No. Creature token. No. Okay. What if we go back to like the Bevy like release thing? Bevy.org. News. Yeah. BSN. I'm sure there was something about asset caching, scene lists, templates. Yes. So this doesn't mean that VSN requires types to have a template. This accomplished by the from template trait. It tells VSN template type it should use given the given component. From template can be derived, which will also generate a template type for that type. Fortunately, most types do not need to derive or implement from template manually. This is because from template and template is automatically implemented for every type that implements default and clone. These types templates themselves and are just passed through. You only need a from template if you need template features such as sprite use case above, where which uses a handle template to access the player. Okay. Implicit intos, don't care. Scene component. Okay, scene component. Also support shorthands for scene assets. So this appears that maybe we need to use the templating thing. Not entirely sure though. Like from template for result self output. I'm sure I saw something that was like, oh, you can get access to things while you're in the, which is like it's basically the template context here. But a new template can be unit type. Okay, fine. Template image template image node template. Okay, so there's a template. Right. So it's not you that needs the, okay, so it's you have from template, which is creature. Right, which yeah, I don't care. Which would then you'd be like your template is creature properties. Okay, so we simple template for creature properties. So your output is self. Your FN build template context dot wait. Yeah. 4 or 5. Entity. Yeah, I don't know. I swear I saw something that was like you can access different things while you're in this scene. Go back to here. Like that's the annoying thing. It's like asset value. See, you can access the asset value, but that's annoying. Because I actually want to read the asset. As I said, it load player. All very, very confusing, complicated. Because scene takes in nothing. So it's none of this stuff. This is all just waste of time. You don't like any of that stuff. Asset value takes in I. This will create a new asset, new handle template for the given asset value. This makes it possible to define inline template. Yeah, okay. So annoying. Okay, well, never mind. I was hoping to use the fucking feathers and make it really fancy and be like, okay. Wait, no, same nothing. So you're just a regular old component. I guess you can be a market component. Construct. Spawn template, which is then going to be a handle to a creature template. Like that. Right, I'm going to spawn creature, which is going to be creatures populated spawn template. You're apparently not a component. Derive component. You're annoying. Okay, so well, I mean, we can actually do that, can't we? We can do a pub. I don't think how to do it, because we could probably say scene component, right? And then we could go fn scene like that, and then we import scene, which is then a spawn template like that, and then we import creature, and we go fn scene, which takes in template, which is then a spawn template. This returns an import scene, and this is just a BSN, and it's like hash creature. So the creature creature. So spawn template doesn't have default. Default. And then like it's passing template, right? Spawn template scene is not implemented. Why does that not work? Alright. Well, again, we're just gonna give up on it because I can't be bothered trying to work out how to make this fucking work. There's definitely a way to do it so that you can pass in the template as like a thing. Anyway, so we have our spawn template, and we're going to say like templates, which is then going to be like a res assets creature template, something like that. And then we go for creature in creatures, let some template equals templates.get creature dot else continue, something like that. Something like that. Right. So we spawn our creature with a creature template like so. That'll give us a template. We're gonna need entity, something like that. Something like that. Let's say entity spawn template. So this will give us our entity. This will give us our template. So we're gonna say entity dot. Oh, I guess we need commands. Commands like this. And then we say commands dot spawn. Not spawn. Sorry. Commands dot insert entity dot insert name new, which is going to be template dot name. I'll make the whole template private probably. Okay. Right. So I think in here we'll just have it for now, like pub struct conditions, which is going to derive component. It's going to be just a vector of strings, vec. Just so that we can see that the conditions are working. Right, so it could be like template.name.clone. I don't know how to do the RNG for this. It'll be a little bit interesting. So we're gonna have to go sprite image is template.icon.clone. Default the rest of you. What else does our template have? Which template? We have name, icon, faction, moves, and conditions. Okay, so then we have to let the conditions. So we have to be like equals. So it's going to be like template dot conditions. We're gonna make a function called conditions like this, and then. So my annoyance of this is it is going to make our RNG not deterministic like level thing, but we need to go like RNG and we'd like res mute RNG. Wow, maybe we just go something like RNG. We're gonna call it like Neo RNG, then we get game RNG. And then you're just gonna get a mute RNG. You're gonna yell at me saying you can't give RNG like that. Something like that maybe. Then we're gonna go to creature template. We're just gonna import creature template conditions, which is going to take in an RNG, which is going to be a mutable reference to import rand RNG, something like that. And this is going to return a iterator whose item okay, that's hilarious that still throws an error, but anyway. So we're gonna go maybe into iterator. Oh, anyway. Mute out equals vec new. Right, and then we say something like for condition in self. Okay, this is taking self. That's a good call. Self. All right. So taking self, and then we say conditions iter like that, and then we say match condition, and we go okay. So if hard coded con, right, and then we say RNG. No, wait. Out dot push condition con dot clone, right? And then this is con and chance, and then we just say we can do it like if RNG dot bool, random bool chance out dot push con dot clone, and then you have to only be F64, which is annoying, but anyway, F64 as F64. You don't like that, you don't like that, you push this, and then we're going to say you return out. Alright, the answer is fuck you, you return a vector. You return a vector of strings. It's a bit weird. It's saying, which I guess makes sense, because what I should do is probably fall in and then do that check. But what I'm doing is I'm doing the random check. So it basically pulls this, grabs the chance, rolls the dice. If it fails, it falls through. So like it's saying, oh no, I may fail this pattern. So I guess technically the smarter thing to do would be to go like that, because that means that this pattern is now unreachable and we don't have to worry about. Yeah. It would let you do some kind of weird double rolling thing, like every time it fails, it gets to roll again. But anyway, so this we just make public conditions. I guess we should probably rename this to something like roll conditions. So then this is only yelling at us because we don't have the neo RNG or game RNG, which I'm going to make, which is just going to be a system parameter that plucks out a certain thing, generates an RNG value based on like maybe a turn counter of some description. I don't know how it's going to do it, because the issue is it's like at the moment I have the seed system, which means that we get to specify a seed for the world. The issue is that that's seed immediately goes out the window as soon as the RNG hits. So so we have to go like maybe back to like lib and be like pub mod RNG. And we're just going to go here and we're just going to make like a pub struct game RNG, which I guess is going to have like a seed, which an a U64, and a RNG, which is a rand okay, RNGs, small RNG, something like that, maybe. Then we import rand RNG for game RNG. I'm just going to say, give us this. Okay, so then there's just a self dot RNG dot next U34 U32 self dot RNG dot next U64 and self dot RNG dot fill bytes destination. Okay, and then these just need to be like inline always. Go ahead. Deref and deref new, something like that. Okay, sure. All right. So we just need to qualify this as crate RNG, game RNG. You're still going to yell at me as soon as I try to add this as a system, but interestingly, we can be like app.add system. I guess we'll put it in update, and then we put it in spawning spawn creature. It's going to yell at me that RNGs isn't in there, so that's fine. It does make me think that maybe I should put the map thing up there. But anyway, we're going to import sys system param for game G. Apparently this is unsafe. Unsafe. You go on the other side. Okay, it's unsafe symbol. Okay. These are things we need to get. So get parameter. Does that change tick? So your item equals self. Your state equals nothing, I think. Alright, somewhere up here would be like use Bevy prelude. Like that, just so it shuts up. This all comes from a prelude, so they can go. Right. So we have somehow got like the world tick and the get parameter. Okay. So in its state, I think you just return that because you don't have a state. I need access. Okay, so let's just qualify. Qualify. Alright. Again, I don't think this does anything, so I think this can just literally do nothing. Because it's not going to have any conflicting access when the system is up and running. Qualify. Unsafe world cell. And tick. Right, and then system parameter verification. Okay, so there are like 3 other things that I want in here, which is pub struct struct game seed, which is a U64, a pub struct game tick, which is also a U64, I guess. I don't know. Why it's more like game turn. Right, so this is going to be derive resource. Right, and this is also going to be derive resource. Something like that. So the way this is going to work, if I understand correctly, is we're going to go. So you have access to your state, which in this case your state is literally no state. System meta is like the debug name, last tick, and flags. Okay? So we have access to the world, and we have access to change tick. So we're going to say let seed equals world dot resource. Okay, resource. Wow, it's more. Seed else. Random. Okay, so it's like if like there we go. That's interesting. So the get resource is going to be world seed. Game seed. Games. Something like that. 0. So we get the game seed, and I'm going to say let turn equal if let some turn equals world dot get resource game turn dot 0 else 0. Right. I guess don't multiply by 0, that'd be dumb. We can just set it to 1. And then we can say something like self some okay self seed is seed dot I guess we go let true seed equals seed times dot wrapping mole. Hello, welcome to the stream. And then we just say like seed is true seed, and then the RNG is XO plus plus from seed from U64, which is true seed. Something like that. All of unsafe function. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I don't actually know if it matters, but game. Okay. So the idea of this is that we're going to use the game seed and game turn. The reason they're up here is just so that they can be doing certain things and like easily access them. Why is the function unsafe? Is because system parameters requires like the way that Bevy implements it and everything, that you as the person writing the system parameter have to guarantee certain safety things, because it's how Bevy does everything in parallel. Is it basically says when the person created the system parameter, so like res and res mute or query, they made sure that it doesn't conflict with the rest of the world. So that's what so init state, from what I understand, is when you create a new system, it's like it sets up its internal state, and init access is where you would tell it like where it conflicts. So you access its state. Not entirely sure what you would use that for. So system meta, again, not entirely sure because I haven't written system parameters. Usually you just derive them. But component access set is where you would tell it saying like, I access this resource mutably, so I would conflict with any other system that needs that resource mutably. And then Bevy, when it schedules things, will intentionally not schedule where this conflicts. So the init state and init access have mutable access to the world, so they've got exclusive access while you set everything up. But then the get parameter, which is the actual unsafe function that is needed, that like why the whole implementation needs to be unsafe, gives you unsafe access to the world, because this only gets called after it knows that nothing else should be touching the same things you're touching. So technically mine's not the safest of things, because I have said that I don't I mean, I could probably actually do that and say something like component access set dot add resource read. I don't know how to get the component ID. Maybe like world dot register resource component ID. I want to say it's register component. game seed and what the fuck, right? What the fuck am I doing? There and then game. So what this would be doing is saying that when I set up this, I'm telling it that I will be reading these resources, and therefore any system that modifies the turn and the seed can't run at the same time as me because they might modify something while I'm trying to read it. And then when they get the parameter, which is the unsafe thing, Bevy's already guaranteed that I won't conflict with what I've said I want, that I need access to, and therefore I can access the world unsafe. So this gives me world access. Like I can do anything to the world, and there is nothing stopping me from modifying a value that someone else is trying to modify in parallel, because like there could be like 4 or 5 tasks all touching the same thing. And what stops it from being an actually unsafe thing, where the whole, you write at the top like safety, is that you've told Bevy, don't run me at the same time as something else that might be accessing the shit that I'm trying to touch. Yeah, so basically all this does is say, hey, when I request RNG, I want you to read the world seed, read the turn, and generate me an RNG, and pass that to me. That should then in turn make my RNG. Oh, damn, I still run into that same issue. Damn. My thinking was, which I mean, I can still do it. I just want to go like here maybe and be like, I want to like print line and be like rng.seed. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna go. Let's make you public for a second. I don't know how well this is gonna work. So this, in theory, should give me the same RNG seed every single time, which in the start should just be 0. So when we're gonna go to map, so when we call somewhere and we call like a new map and it inserts, so we say seed, and this says seed new seed, and then we say data. Okay, so this is world seed here, which comes from somewhere else. We're going to say that this world seed, wherever you're pulling it from, is a map. Apparently it should be in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. So we're going to get rid of this world seed. And we're going to say that you insert the resource crate RNG game seed. So when you say generate me a new thing with the new seed, it's going to put in this seed. Separate U64. So we're going to insert the new seed into the world, and then the Neo sampler also apparently uses the U64, U32, which is interesting. Interesting. Then you use create world seed. You're going to say don't do that. So this is going to be seed. So what I'm thinking, because of how this works, so it's a seed I32 and then XOR and then seed of U32, is that seed res seed from U64. We would probably want to generate the thing here, but anyway, it's called game seed, and we're just going to import the game seed. This one, I guess, will continue using the weird game seed, but the other one should then use the work. Okay, so one of the things we probably want to do, not entirely sure how the loop works. When do we generate the tile? In this gen world, spawn the world map. Right. So we need to be like let mute tile equals. And then we're going to go here. We're going to go X. We're going to go something like, mostly because I'm just tired of it spamming it in the chat, hexel can load. If hexel can load, we're going to say tile.insert and paste that. Right. We're also going to assume that if it can loot, it can also have a mob, I guess. So we're going to say tile dot insert. I guess it's like RNG. And then like game RNG, something like that. Or like mute game RNG. Then we come here and we say if method takes on, okay, so we need to insert and we be like let creature equal and gonna be an array and then like choose like new RNG, something like that. What do you mean mega chunk numeric really needed? 2 to the 64 minus 2 is the number of possible unique world seeds that could exist, but like there's nothing special about that number. You could use U32, but like the main reason I'm not is because the particular library I'm using for random noise wants a U64. Like it makes no difference to anything in terms of like, it's not like I'm assigning every bit or anything like that. It's just the number that it uses for when it randomly picks another number. It doesn't really mean anything, or at least I don't think it does. So we do like creatures, and then we're gonna go like I guess we can say deer. We're gonna have deer.creature. Then we have like 3 dogs. Feral dog, and then 1 and 2. Okay, then we'll choose one of these 4 random things, and then we're going to say spawn or a creature. Okay, what was the thing I needed? Give access to the asset service. Yes. What was the what did I call the thing? It's like crate. Creatures must be private. No, there's creatures. Crate creatures. Okay, so then we have to go back to creatures. And be like pub use template, creature template. Is that how it works? No, spawn template. I guess we should rename this like spawn creature then. Spawn creature. Something like that. We come back to here and we go like, why are you not working? I'm gonna have to fucking run to the bathroom in a minute. Spawn. No, it's not creature template. It's so spawn. Spawn creature. Creature. Leave that. That was correct. Spawn creature. And then we go asset server dot load. And then we pass in creature to string. Something like that. Okay, so spawn creature apparently is private. Fine. So we'll say conditions, and then we say you are conditions. We want to say spawning creatures with seed. The issue with this is it's not deterministic, because there's no guarantee that Bevy will spawn the entities in the same order, and therefore you could end up with different creatures getting rolled, and therefore, like, if it spawns them in a different order, then it'll sample the RNG at different sample rates. Because I was thinking you could take like a clone the something or other, but yeah, it's about the order that they're in. Anyway, this is probably just going to run continuously because I never actually removed the thing that it needs to remove to work. But anyway, we're going to go here. We're going to run this. And go, okay, so I don't even remember what tiles I gave the can loot flag to. Templates, faction, somewhere, map, mod, can loot. So grass, forest, hills, mountains, suburbs, the lab. Okay. I didn't like whatever I did. Right, something crashed at somewhere. Cannot allocate asset handle for type because type has not been initialized. Oh, I didn't add the plugin. Yeah, that would help. Go back to main. We go app.add plugins. VS needs BB, BG, and creature plugin. There you go. We should probably go to the turn-based schedule plugin as well, because we don't do anything with that. Now he's going to go app.insert resource rate RNG game turn 0. And then when we end our turn, we call the end turn schedule. We run that schedule, and then we say if let some tick equals world dot get resource mute then we say else world.insert resource tick game turn 0 1, I guess, because we already concluded we ran 0. And then you're going to say tick dot 0 plus equals 1. Type annotation needed. Game. Right. So that should work. They shouldn't crash now because it's missing a resource. I hope. It's going to try and load them, and then it's going to crash, but we should at least see it saying, hey, spawning creature with seed 0, and then when I hit spacebar, spawning creature with this massive seed. Now, the question is, was it caching that somehow, or is it just like... okay. Oh, wait, because we're starting on seed 0. And then we're multiplying the seed by the seed. To go back to, like, our RNG. Uh-huh. I mean, also with with random numbers, I guess seed if it can never go down, with the way that random RNG is supposed to work, if I just add one to the seed, it should be a completely new random sequence. So the idea is that since the seed never goes back down, we can just add the two together. I was multiplying them because in my head I was going, oh yeah, you end up with issues with like locations where I use the XY position of something to calculate what the seed should be. The issue is that like because so many XY positions cancel out to 0, +1, -1 cancel out to 0, means that the seed, you get the same seed a lot, whereas if we have a fixed seed and the turn counter is always increasing, then the seed should never loop back round. Now, we are going to get the same seed used a lot in a lot of different places, but theoretically that shouldn't matter because getting the same seed only matters if you're doing the same thing every time, if that makes sense. So I guess this can go back to 0. So what getting the same seed every time would be doing is it's basically guaranteeing that that's different. Now, the only issue with that is that if you were to say spawn the same creature multiple times in the same tick without seeding something in there, I'm trying to think how to explain it. So when we spawn this, because we've grabbed every single creature and run through every single creature, we should have a new RNG every time. But the issue is if you get to the end of a frame and you restart back at the top and you hit the same you're going to have the same RNG seed. And if you happen to be doing the same creature, you'll spawn basically 2 identical creatures. Which is not necessarily the way you want to go about it. What I am thinking, maybe. I mean, there's also no reason you couldn't. I guess making it deterministic is kind of pointless with things like mobs and entities. I don't know, because it's like the equivalent of saying like Minecraft. If you pick the same seed, you'll get the same mob in the same location each time, and it's like, well, only certain mobs would be under that kind of influence. My thinking of like why you would include the seed is so that you could specify like, hey, regenerate me this mob, but maybe we just return them an RNG value. Because it's going to get the same value every single time. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Faction spawn. Because theoretically we could cache the RNG value, and therefore like every system would have its own seed. I guess you'd keep the seed, so if you change the seed, you'd get the same seed back. But the idea is that like you would then be randomly generating. The numbers would be random every time. I guess is the way you would go about that. Anyway, did it throw errors or something? I think it did. Almost certainly did. It's throwing a lot of errors about not finding certain food. Yeah, so failed to load the creature's deer. Okay, failed to find the path. Right, because they're like assets, creatures. Copy that. All right, we'll fix their path. So in world gen, it's creatures / deer creature, not creature. All right, so we do that, we choose that, we load that. That should then fail when it actually loads the asset. Interesting. All right, now we have to go back to our spawning here and say, please don't print me this seed every single time. And then we have to go back to our template and be like, okay, now we need to load our templates. So our template loader, we're going to say let mute seed data. What's my mute? Let data equal. I know it is mute data. I've done this enough that apparently my brain hard coded that in. String new, and then it's underscore equals reader dot read to string mute data dot await, something like that, and then we go something blocking future blocking. We're just gonna put a 2 there so that it shuts up about it not being a valid future. Yeah, underscore thing. So what do you look like? So we have to like, can I just say default is just a thing that you can do? Cool. So then we're gonna go let mute asset equals creature template default. Right, I'm gonna say for line in data dot lines. We're gonna say let some key value equals line dot split once at that. Else continue. Okay. I need to wrap that one more time like that. Okay. Then we match key. Right. So our possible keys are name. Wait, do we have an example? So it's name, icon, faction, apparently. We probably skip faction. Name, icon. What else we got? Name, icon, faction, moves per turn, and conditions. Moves per turn. And then conditions. So conditions like to do something else, which is a little bit annoying, and this is where we run into that. Or to turn this into its own thing, I guess. So let mute lines equals data.lines, and then you go while let some line equals lines dot next. So this is just a for statement that you can consume in the middle of it. So name, I guess we say the trim it. All right, then this would say asset dot name equals value dot trim dot to string. Okay. Icon would be the same thing, except we would say assets dot icon equals, what's it called? Load context dot load value dot trim dot to string. Moves per turn is going to be like asset dot moves per turn equals value dot. We're just going to fix it up here. I'm going to say let value equal value dot trim, because I'm getting really tired of having to type that out every time. Comma u. Alright, so we have value dot trim, they load context load, and then alright, so the value dot parse dot unwrap, or I guess 1 times 100. Okay, and then conditions has to do something different. So it should look something like that, maybe. No, yeah, okay, so the conditions, from what I remember, the conditions are like, so it'll say conditions colon square bracket. Okay. And then we're just going to take that. So Right, we go for let line equals lines dot next. If okay, don't return nothing. It's like let some else, I guess, continue. Ironically, if it gets to there, it's just going to fail. But anyway, we say if line dot ends with continue. I guess it would be while let some line equals lines dot next, and then like if line dot ends with break. That would do that, would do that. Then we have to say like anything else. E print line. Well, I guess we can just error, can't we? Error. Well, I guess one. Unknown field in creature. In creature template. Or we should just left the whole. Okay, unknown field in creature template. Right, so I guess it's the key. Alright, so that does that. That'll warn me about shit that I forgot, and then we can go here. And we go, okay, so if let some con slash chance chance equals line dot split once the @ sign so else asset dot conditions dot push line dot to string. Right, so condition hard code. Right, so we go here. We go okay. Condition cont chance. Alright, so I guess it would still be asset dot condition dot push, and then it's con chance, and then it's con dot to string, something like that, and then the chance is chance dot parse. Wow, no, I have to do a little bit differently. They're like chance dot trim dot I guess it's trim matching. Trim matches, and then the pattern is c dot is white space or c dot I guess it's more like we want to say something like not c dot is numeric or c dot or c equals dot. So it's a float. All right, and then we parse you, and we say dot dot unwrap for 100, and then we divide by 100 because back to a 0 to 1. Okay, so that should turn everything into the correct probabilities and actually like make the asset load. I guess we want to go back to our spawning, and we just want to like have a little cheeky thing and be like print line spawning. Okay, so I'm going to say with, and then we say like a template dot name comma conditions. Something like that. Then when we run this, it should it's going to print it like so many times. Okay. But this should translate into it actually like printing out the different creatures, I guess. I think. Right? Apparently the answer is no. It must have failed to load them. So you said scavenge parcel location, loot. Unknown field, loot in creature template. Yes. Whoops. Okay. Faction, a base attack. Okay. Path not found. PNG.png. Dog bump. Dog bm.png.png. Okay, so I fucked up somewhere. Probably in the loading of the template. I'm probably sticking PNG on the end of the mono, which is silly. Hardcode line to string. Wait, is it just actually say .png.png? Yeah, it does. Okay. That means it's in here, and we go when we extract creature. We apparently put .png.png is stupid. Icon. Alright, so I have to rerun this so that it extracts the correct files. So it doesn't say like deardo.png.png. Alright, so now it just says deardo.png. Now when I run this, it should actually finish loading them. Now, warning unknown field. Lots of unknown fields. And then it says IO failed. Oh, well, yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? Then you can just return OK asset. Right, so now it should actually load them. It's not going to do anything when they're loaded except like be coy with me and be like, hello. They're loaded. Good play. It is spawning an awful lot. It has turned every single tile into a... Okay, so issue 1. It converted the actual tile itself because apparently when I spawn them, I'm not spawning a creature on top of the tile. I am, in fact, just... Right, so we spawned a feral dog with a coat that's fragile, that's got night vision, that's weathered, and no sprites, and is in fact dog. Yes, is dog. Deer is deer as well, I believe, is another thing. Yeah, deer is deer. Yes, deer is deer. Okay, so Well, Jen. Yes, hello. When we spawn, when we generate the world, can we please pick this tile? It's not tile.insert. It's commands.spawn. And then we can like wrap this like so. And then we can I guess give you the same ID. I don't remember how do we get your XD cell. So you're the same cell, and then because you're a cell, you should then be child under. So is this just gonna work? That'd be kind of fun. Oh, sorry, it's not commands, it's map. Map spawn. Alright, so this should spawn a creature, which isn't going to have a sprite, but then we insert the sprite on the creature. It's part of what we do as we spawn it. As we stick that sprite on it. Which means that when we hit spawn, because yeah. So ignore the fact that it's doing that dozens and dozens and dozens of times. It also appears to still be spawning more. I don't know how I feel about. It's either running really, really slow. No, it's definitely spawning additional creatures. Well, maybe they're just changing heights. We should probably stop re-rolling the creature every single time. That would probably help. So when you get to here, and when we say, hey, commands, entity, this, then we're going to go dot remove the creature template. Sorry, spawn creature. Lovely. That should stop it from spamming the console, because it's only ever going to say once that it spawned everything, and it's not going to then every single fucking frame tell me that it spawned them again. So okay. Unclear why that deer is standing underneath the ground. I believe this probably has something to do with. Oh, very interesting. So it's to do with the fact that as I hover a tile, it seems to render the Maybe it's when I'm hovering the actual thing itself. Only certain tiles are doing it, but very strange. It's definitely like a layering issue. Because my assumption is that they're at like sprite 0, so we just kind of need to make sure that they're like one layer higher. That's got something to do with the like map thing. Crates no, in here. It's like here. Update tile transform. Transform.translation.z. So it keeps the Z. Okay, that's good to know, because that means that I could, in theory, set them all to have a Z of like 1. A Z of not 0. We could all just make them figures. Figures would probably work. Does figure set their position not to be 0? Rendering, pathing, rendering, hex camera, nope. So hex cell Z, you do all of that to work out that by camera corrosion update cell layer with tile. They're not tiles, so they just need a Z that's not 0, I guess. Tile, pathing. Somewhere I have figure, like element figure. As self. Z. Yeah, so they set the Zs to 1. Okay. We need to make it not 0. I'm still unclear why Bevy does that, but anyway. We can say like transform from translation vec3 z. That should make them always on top. At the moment, we have 0 control over whether a creature spawns. There's a 100% chance that any tile that I've said can be lootable will in fact spawn a mob on it, which is fun. Okay, now they're not teleporting underneath the grass because it's no longer Z fighting in the grass. Okay. Yeah, maybe a lot of doggos. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Woof. I mean, sure. There are creatures fucking everywhere. I've already set the turn. I mean, we add more creatures. It'll be fun. Get creatures. You can never have enough doggos, you know? You can never have enough. So we're going to spawn another doggo. This doggo is going to be a dogman, though. Dog. Man. I'm spawn some, like a melon. Melon head. That's another, okay. We can spawn a player. Like a looter. One, two, three, and whoops. Where's our looter? Looter. What's called Jen? Looter 4. There we go. We're just gonna have like a lot more variety. What we need to do is have some kind of way of like making sure that like not every tile has something on it. Like that is very much what the problem is at the moment, is that every single tile has something on it. Set an idea of we could give the every entity a an inventory, and we could give the dogs a mouth inventory slot. And then have the dogs render shit like they're holding it in their mouth, and then the dogs can attack you with a knife if they're carrying a knife. But I'm not actually, they're really dumb. Anyway, so I really need to piss, so I might just run off and do that for a second. But I think what's next is to maybe add like a tooltip so we can hover over. Because if we go to the actual game, in the actual game, like you can hover over people and it tells you some information about them, which would very much be a reason to it's taking a very long time to load. No, why did it take so long to load when there's no data? I was expecting it to be like, oh yeah, we had to like load your save file. Lockpicking, ranged botany, trapping, athletic, wrong metabolism, metabolism myopic. Confirm botany, confirm, check that, leave. We go. Oh god, it looks so weird compared to mine because you can't zoom in. Right, so if we like hover over, I guess we have to find something. We can hover over the player. See, like when you hover over the player, there's a current status barefoot wearing. Current status barefoot. Okay, fair enough. You know, current weapon punch, hiding false. So, like we can add that next. So I guess we'll do that. We'll add that to the to do. We should probably also make the player have that green glow about them. I don't know how I would do that. I think somewhere with like player. When we spawn the player, we give the player the human sprite, but apparently I discovered there's actually a player sprite. Hmm. Human. So player. We do need to update our extraction thing because apparently, for whatever reason, the player sprite doesn't start with creature. Or, yeah, creature. So somewhere in here, we have like a creature prefix, creature. There's also, no. The issue is it would strip the word player off of it, so. That's annoying. I'll just pull it out manually, I guess. It's here, reveal an explorer. Go in here and go player. Spell it correctly, player. Wait, what? I'm sure it was called player. It's like it's literally even in the side panel as called player. Like if we go to creatures, no, just creatures. We go to player. Oh, it's called person. The fuck? Alright. Copy you. And then we go to creatures and then just paste you. So there's human and then there's person, which is got some implications, you know? Implying that anyone that's not a player is not a person. Player UI, no. We have to go back to here and be like, player? No. Human. Basic map. Player. Person. Wait a second. I don't know about that one. I don't know how it's finding that image. That's definitely not correct because it shouldn't be. What? How did you manage to do that? Because if it's loading human, but human doesn't exist, like as a standalone asset that it can load. How's it finding it? Oh, it's probably loading. That's probably that one. It's probably one of the samples. Yeah, apparently disappeared. So, where are we? Human. So now it's person. Yeah, that's okay. So that's great text. Okay, great. I've lost my player character. So it's probably in here. This spawns the test world. This spawns the player marker. Probably inside player marker. In player. Yeah, creatures person.png. Right. Oh, I renamed it to, yeah, okay, right. So I renamed it to player. And then I couldn't find it when I was trying to search for human because I'd already renamed it to player. There we go. Now we're the green one. So I'm going to go piss, and then we'll add like a tooltip that I guess will highlight the creature when you click and like let us see some details about these creatures. So I'll be right back. Okay, tooltip time. Tooltip time. Animal predators. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the items have their own tooltip, but that's its own thing entirely. Completely unrelated. Great. Okay, so we're gonna go like lib, like pub, struct, no, pub mod tool tips. So we're gonna create the module tooltips, and then like I'm gonna go with like plugin tool tip plugin. So I'm not sure how to define the tooltip because my thinking is that we probably want to do some kind of functionality that's like I guess we can like maybe I don't know. Tooltips are hard. So what I'm thinking is we probably want something like an FN so we want like a pub struct tooltip. Right. Which is just going to be a component, derive component. Maybe not even component. It could be we could derive not query. What's the one? System prime. Right. If we derive system prime on you, we can say root, which is then a single tool. Be like entity with tooltip root, something like that, and then we can go pub struct tooltip root, something like that, and then we go like app dot add system startup spawn tool tip container, something like that, and then import fn spawn tool tip container new command, something like that, maybe like command dot spawn. Well, it's not even spawn, it's spawn scene, BSN, something like this, and it would be like tool tip root node pickable no, how do I do it? Like it's I don't remember how to fucking make the thing work. Oh, it is pickable. Pickable. Ignore. Something like that. Maybe. Then we go back to here and be like app.add plugin bb init tooltip plugin, something like that. Apparently I didn't make it public. No, I did. Why are you complaining that I don't exist then? Apparently. Oh, right, you need lifetime W and S, and then you also need lifetime W and S, something like that. Not a component, derive a component. Okay, so apparently we get rid of the commas. You would then need the clone and default. You evil little bastard. We need background color. Color black dot. You would then become a bit of code. So you're like black dot lighter 0.3. I don't know if that's 0.3 lighter or 0.3 darker. Maybe 0.8. They're quite light. And then dot with alpha. Set alpha? Takes in a reference to self and returns self. With alpha 0.3. Right, so that should maybe give us a tooltip. When we run this, we should spawn, oh, it's probably going to have any size, so we probably should go with val %25 and height is val %25. We need to give it some width and height, otherwise it just won't show up. Like it'll be 0 size, so it'll just be invisible in the corner. Yeah, so there's our tooltip. So the idea is that we want to do something like maybe FN like show tool tip, which is then going to be like hover on hover on pointer hover hovered, maybe? Is that how that works? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so we need some kind of like pub struct tool tip. Trigger maybe? Right. Well, maybe it would be like trigger tooltip. Anyway, so maybe you should be an enum. So tooltip trigger, and then we're gonna say creature. So the reason we trigger a creature is because then we can view certain things. So fn show tooltip hover pointer. So we're gonna say elements. We're going to do like query entity. We can just do anything really. With tooltip trigger. Well, actually no, we will actually access the tooltip trigger. Tooltip trigger. Something like that. And then we go let OK trigger equals elements dot not a component derive component, something like that. If I spelled it wrong. Component. Right, so dot get, and then it's hover dot entity. I guess else continue. I guess else return, something like that. So then we get the tooltip, and then we match trigger and then we need to say command, and then we need to say something like, based on the different tool tips, we can be like down here and be I don't necessarily want every creature to have a trigger tooltip creature, but anyway, and then show creature. Creature tooltip. Open creature tooltip, and then like entity, and then you would go here and you'd say derive entity event, maybe. So then you would say trigger, and then you would say commands.trigger open this tooltip with trigger dot with hover dot entity, something like that. And then target would be on open creature tooltip, and then up here we say app.add observer show the show tooltip, and then observer show what was it called? Creature tooltip. Creature tooltip. I think that it might just be smarter to stick creature tooltip onto every creature. Maybe we could just do that. That might be smarter. But then it would just be on pointer of it. Well, maybe at the target, and then so we would say creature, right? And then we would go query, and we would want access to what is the name? Conditions. So you would need to pull in crate creatures conditions. So I guess we just make that a thing now. Condition. Obstruct conditions, which is then a vector of condition, and then hub type condition equals string for now. Then you have to use Bevy prelude to derive component on you. And then we can tweak the other stuff in here, like spawn doesn't have conditions anymore. It uses the super condition. We go here and we go pub use conditions, and then you use super. No, fine. You can use creature template too. I'm too lazy to deal with that. So you're saying that that field's private. Okay, fine. Pub condition, like so. Then we go to the tooltip and we say create condition, creature conditions. What else do we need to know about a creature? Kind of it, isn't it? Like when we hover over you, it's state. Okay. So target creature conditions. So overview. It says player. So we need to be like tool tips. It's like tool tip. Then be like tooltip. Something like that. And then we would say tooltip dot title. I don't know how to spell title. So that would be okay. Let okay creature equals creatures dot get target dot entity else continue return, so not continue. Okay, right. So then we say title. We go title is I guess it would, you don't even know, you say name and conditions. So we're gonna say title, and then we're just gonna pass in name dot I guess like that, maybe. I don't know how that works. And then we want to say, I guess we probably want to call like tooltip.clear. And then be like tooltip dot the description. And then we would want to say format string new. Let's just pass in deck there, and we go for condition in conditions deck dot push stir the condition deck dot push new line. Something like that. Alright, so now we need to implement tooltip and give it the ability to do these fancy things, like we keep telling it to do. Impl tooltip. Like we'll call them like maybe segments, or elements. And we'll just call it a hash map. This is going to be a string to entity, something like that. Right. You need to be like a res. Hate you. struct tooltip elements, which is then a hash map of string entity, something like that. And then we go here and we say drive resource, and then a UV elements. Then you can be a tool tip element here. You need default. You need to be res mute tooltip elements. So missing a lifetime. W, I think. Yeah, it's W. So we need to be like app.init resource tooltip element. I also think you need commands, which is then commands W and S, something like that. Because then my thinking is don't care what your lifetime is. W underscore comma underscore. Right. So FN title. Don't add random words to the fucking. I don't remember how to tell. LE. Okay. So title, which takes in itself, and import into name import into string, something like that. So we're going to say if let some name equals self.elements.get element.0. Let's implement deref and deref mu on you. Deref mu like so. Element.get title. Else self.commands.spawn something text okay. Title. Open that later. Otherwise, you're going to say commands self.commands.entity name.insert text into. Lovely. So clear everything clear which just says for e in self dot elements self dot command dot entity e dot despawn. Okay, so we despawn all the elements when you hit clear, description. I feel like I need some kind of way of flagging certain ones not to be cleared every time, but anyway, description. Self text, which is an import into description, into string, sorry. And then you just do the same thing, but you say description, I guess. And then you would say txt. So that's all gonna kind of work, I think. Right, so it'd also be like, I guess when you get to here, after you clear it, can we say tooltip.show, which then goes fn show, which will take in mute self and says something like self.commands.entity self.root entity insert visibility visible. Right, and then we need like a fn hide, which is going to take in mute self and just does exactly the same thing, but with the word. Right, so this show hide. So that is show tooltip, we just hide tooltip. Hover exit. I remember how to do it. On exit. Hover. Exit. Got a pointer. Leave. Press. Leave. Maybe. So this would then be tooltip. So you had a tooltip suggestion for me? Okay, right now. Tooltip. Something like that. And then we just say tooltip.trigger. Tooltip.hide. Hide. Something like that. Then we go up here and we just go hide. So you hide tooltip, which is that if anything has a leave fire. But then we go back to when we spawn our creatures. And we do this, we can go dot observe create tooltips creature tooltip. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work, but you also, need to probably get flagged as being a creature if you don't mind creature. Lovely. So this should, okay, so that it disappeared as soon as I hovered over literally anything else. Now, my annoyance is that it doesn't seem to be triggering and reappearing. Am I not calling show? That could possibly be what's going on. Tooltips. You should call show. You do call show. So where the hell is my tooltip? It's probably this one that's just called node. Watercolor. My assumption is that it's hiding it after it shows it. So you're not pickable, yeah, which makes this almost certainly, yeah, tooltip root. So visibility, hidden, visible. So it's immediately getting hidden. So I guess one thing we need to do with the tooltip is probably go, ooh, I was going to say we need like a local target, but again, that becomes really fucking annoying. Tooltip elements, I guess we could just stick it in here. Elements. Right, something like that. And then this is the deref, like that. So that all still works. And then we're going to say target is option entity. Right. So when we say hide, the first thing we should probably do, so hide tooltip, we should say leave. We go if tooltip dot if let sum t equals tooltip dot elements dot target and t equals leave dot entity. Right, so now it'll only hide the tooltip if it's actually if we're actually leaving the thing the tooltip is currently open for. Because I think what's happening is we're like leaving like everything, like every time the mouse like even does anything, it's leaving something, which means it's impossible to get the tooltip to render because as soon as you enter something, you immediately leave something else. So I don't think it's saying anything, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, okay. The tooltip's not entering anything either. Can we print line tool tip enter? Maybe we need to have to make it flagged somehow. I don't know, because it's always weird with this shit because yeah, so the tooltip's not considered entering any of these, which makes me go, do I have to they're also going to be a little bit annoying because of the sprite texture atlasy style shit that's going on because they're not necessarily where you would think they are. So to go to creature, when we go spawn creature, can we go pickable default? Right, so if I make them pickable, that should mean that the mouse can hover over them at the very least. Should block lower. Right. So we're at least tooltip entering on things. We're not apparently despawning the text. No item sprite. So it is filling this with something. We are very much going to need to set the tooltip location to the position So on the tooltip. The tooltip, this is the fun thing about being a custom system parameter, is we can go, this is my tooltip, and then we can say like node. Well, I guess we probably need the entity as well. So we want to go something like, well, we get it immutably anyway, so we're just going to say mute node and mute visibility. There. Now we don't need to insert it every time. We can just say self dot root dot visibility equals visibility for showing, so visible. And then you would just be root dot one equals visibility hidden. Right, so now we're showing and hiding it based on that. Wait, what? The S? Is S their lifetime? Okay. But apparently not, so apparently it's just static. Then we just need to like deref you and deref you. So now show and hide doesn't need to do any of that stuff. And then when we show, we can also probably request cursor, which is going to be like single a reference to cursor W and S. Set the window with primary window, something like that. I'm just gonna make this static so that we can static, please. So we have a static window. We see our cursor. So when we go show, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to go if let sum pos equals cursor self dot cursor dot cursor position, and then we say self dot root dot 0 dot left equals pos, or as a val pixels pos, and self dot root dot 0 dot top equals val pixels pos dot y pos dot x, something like that. So that should mean that every time we show, every time we call show, we should update the position of the actual tooltip to be where the cursor is, which is probably why we need the tooltip not to be hoverable. I don't think the tooltip is hoverable. So yeah, now the tooltip. Now the annoying thing with the tooltip is that it's also not underneath the child, but anyway. The big issue with the tooltip at the moment is that these items are bigger than they appear, because if we go to like the actual sprites, images, creatures, like you can see the checkerboard here. It's very faint, but like basically the image is actually like really wide. There's all this space over here. So it's designed because when they did it, like for the game that I'm copying, I guess the hexagons are all placed on a square grid. And so the images are much bigger than they appear, which means that like you can end up hovering on the wrong image. You should always get the one that's on top though. It just means that like when I'm over here, I'm still hovering over something. And also like apparently I'm like entering wolfman or the dog went somewhere else. So to fix that text issue that's going on there, I think we just need to make sure that the text is actually a child of the thing when we spawn it. So what's happening is we're not, so we can be like child of, yes, that would probably be why we still need access to your entity. Like so. Unless that's just a thing. Wait, can I still just call entity up? Oh, that's like a thing you can do. You can be like self dot root dot no entity. Maybe I can do that if one of the things is an entity. Entity. So then we just need to say that you're 1 1 2. So the answer is no, 0. There you go. And you're the same thing where you need to be child of that. So that should work. Because now it's actually going to be inside of the tooltip. So what was happening is that I was spawning in text each time, but I wasn't actually tooltipping it. It's still not going to disappear because I haven't actually done the clearing properly, but at least now, you know. Stranger. That's because I hovered over the stranger first. These need to be let new equal dot ID. You'd be the same. Let new equal dot ID. Like that. And then we say self dot elements dot insert. Then your description and so new. Okay, look, I'm gonna make an enum for it. So we're gonna enum tooltip element. So we have a title. Description. So you need a derived clone, copy, equal, prior equal, and hash. Like so. Then we can come up here and we can say elements and we can say tooltip element. Right, and then you would be tool tip element title, and then you would be self dot elements dot insert tool tip title new, and then you're a tool tip element description. Tip element description new. Okay, so that should mean that they actually disappear when we hover over new ones. Now, annoyingly, it appears to be completely impossible to not be hovering over a fucking creature. But again, that's more to do with the fact that it panicked on. Cause the error index has generations. So we right. So what that maybe means is when we call if we hide, right, no, it's when we clear, we despawn. So it's probably more like drain, because we want to get rid of the old ones. So what happened, from what I understand, is we told them to despawn, but we kept a valid entity, and so we did something else that triggered it to clear again, which is, I guess, opened a new tooltip. And when it drained the second time, when it tried to delete them the second time, they weren't real, or they were real. They didn't exist. So it, yeah, it had issues. Okay, so I guess our tooltip needs some stuff. So when we spawn this, we go tooltip, and we go, okay, so first off, we want you to be auto, but we do want you to flex direction, the flex direction columns. I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure it defaults to rows. Yay! So it says this is a stranger. They're athletic. Why does it call me feeble? Athletic, feeble, intelligent AI, skilled in trapping, barefoot, weathered loot items, and weathered loadout. The dog, his name is Dog. Right. We need to do some kind of fucking bullshit, like where the fucking cursor is, so that I actually have to hover over them, because it's getting a little bit out of control. That, like, because they're so big, it's basically impossible to not be hovering over them. Oop. Sorry, don't scavenge that location. So spawn tooltip. Good. So hide tooltip. Creature tooltip. So the creature tooltip is going to require so the sprite that we hovered over. Right. And then I'm going to do some fucking image math stuff. So images, which is then going to be like a query. Wait, no. Res assets image. Now, I'm pretty sure you entered. We get hit data. Fuck, we don't want to enter then. Hovered. Okay, that's probably not correct. So I wanna know, like, when did traveler over? Fires when a pointer crosses into the bounding box of a entity trigger. Unlike enter, this event bubbles up all the way. Up all of the ancestors. Okay. Enter. Okay. Fires when a pointer crosses into the bounding box of an event trigger. Unlike over, this event bubbles up through a subset of event ancestors. Event propagation. When an ancestor of event target will receive an enter event when the ancestor does not have a direct relation to any entity hovered by pointer in the previous frame. For example, for the given A, if the everything hover entity has the following enter, like ancestors A, B, C, and the current and currently hovered entity E has the following ancestors A, D, E. Event should sent from both E is direct ancestor D, and an event would not be sent to A because A shares the ancestor between A, D, and E. Okay, out. Leave. It's the same logic there. Press, release, quick, move. is moving over. Okay. Drag, 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 drag leave, drag drop, drag enter, scroll, pointer button status. All right, so we probably want move. Right. So we have to do some kind of do logic to see if app hit. So then when we get to here, this implies that we've decided that you actually did hit this thing, and then we need to say, well, I guess the first thing to do is go if tooltip dot elements dot target equals some target dot entity continue return. Basically, if we're already targeting this, then don't. But then if you get to here, then tooltip dot element dot target equals some target dot entity. So now it should only trigger once. Okay, that should work. Now when we hide the tooltip, we do this, we hide, and then we should say tooltip dot element dot target equals none. Right, clear the target when you hide the tooltip. So the logic for the collision detection, I guess, is get the sprite. So if it's already there, just don't bother. If we get to here, this means we got the icon. So we're going to say let image equal icon dot images dot get icon, something like that. Else one image for creature not loaded return. So get the image, because you shouldn't be able to get to that if the image hasn't actually finished loading yet. Dot image. Okay, so this is something like that, which will get us our image, and then we can say target dot. So if I say hit, it says the camera that it hit from, the depth that it hit at, extra, the normal position and the position. So I'm assuming the position reported by the backend. If this data is available, position may be in any space, world space, screen space, local space, specified by the backend providing it. Okay, so we're going to say print line hit at, make that a debug, do that, go and go here. Okay, so we have let some image. So we're going to say just target hit position. I just want to see where it hit, because the idea is if it's in a local space, that's good, because then we can just sample the image. We can like look up the wet blip. As long as it's 0 to 1, we can look up the position within the image, check to see if the color is transparent, and then we're basically doing pixel-wise detection. So when I hover over somewhere, it's like, hey, yeah, you hit it. The position. Oh, fuck. Okay. So. Okay, wait a second. No, it seems to be doing pixel-wise collision. Right, something tells me, one, that I'm, for some reason, able to hover over the tooltip. Yeah, okay, so we're able to hover over the tooltip, which is not a good thing. Anyway, what the hell am I doing then? Okay, so wait, it's got like a bounding box in there. Like, nope, nope. Okay, never mind. Oh, it must have like a shadow or something under it that's making it like you can hover the dog while it's okay. Hmm. All right, never mind. On pointer move. Okay, so try on pointer enter then. I guess maybe it was this targeting logic is what fixed it. We don't need the icon then, because apparently the backend is doing that level of collision detection anyway. I was just going to do the same logic apparently, but apparently Bevy's one step in front of me. One step ahead. So the tooltip is almost certainly being able to be hovered is what's happening here. So enter. When we spawn the tooltip, pickable ignore. It's interesting because it means that the ignore's not working because when it ends up under the tooltip. How does this work? Okay, so if I just make it a little bit further away from the player. Also, apparently, did I not like save the move? Because surely move would cause it to always be updating. Oh no, because I only update the position when it. Okay, right. So we're gonna do move, but then we're gonna if the target is the target, don't redraw it, but do like a tooltip dot I guess we can just go show. So now every time it moves, we're going to update the position of the tooltip. My annoyance is that it seems to be that the tooltip's able to clip under the tooltip, and therefore it was only detecting movement while it was clipping under the tooltip. Okay. Yeah, so somehow the tooltip can I guess it's detecting exiting itself. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Well, I guess like again, the obvious solution is just to make sure that the tooltip isn't directly under the cursor. Just add 10 pixels. And we may need to add more than 10 pixels, but like as long as it's not directly under the cursor. Where is it on this? It's like way over, way down. Actually, no, it's in line at the height, but it's way over. Okay. Oh my god, it doesn't. Oh, it still wigs out if you can get to it, but the idea is it's much harder to get to it, and then therefore much harder for it to wig the fuck out. Lovely. Maybe we want it even further. So we want to do something maybe like, can you move it like maybe 50 pixels or whatever? Anyway. Oh yeah, we're looking at the stranger. The player doesn't have this stuff. That's why I was going like, why is my character like this? No, it's not my character. I've run out of movement. Go back. Feral dog. Hello, feral dog. You have no item sprites apparently. And you are dog. Indeed, you are dog. You're wearing a coat. Okay. Frail. Okay. I have those traits if I remember correctly, so we can okay, if we go to the game, we go hover over like so like it says that I'm status barefoot, which is the stuff that's showing up here. So what I'm curious about is if I can maybe do some kind of thing. So conditions. So it's called like status when you hover like current condition. It's current status. Because all of them should be barefoot. Right? Like, yeah. They get two copies of barefoot, which is kind of funny. And I think it's because when you put the left shoe on, it probably removes one copy. When you put the right shoe on, it probably removes another copy. So you need 2 copies of barefoot to not be barefoot. Anyway. So we're going to be like pub struct status. And the status is going to be a pub vec of string. Maybe a hash set. Index set of string. Right. So that it's always consistent. Right. Now, I want to turn conditions into an enum, and we're just going to add conditions as we go. Condition. So, condition. Wait, no. No. You have your condition. Right, so it's going to go back to adding our type string condition. I would like to add the conditions somewhere in here in creatures. We're traits. So one of these traits was like frail, right? Fragile. Okay, so we don't have a frail trait, but I'm pretty sure fragile and frail are the same trait. So the modifiers, I don't know what they do. So they are components. So we're going to modify this. So we're going to go. I guess we have to make one first. So we're going to go like struct frail. I'm assuming fragile and frail are the same thing. It's just that when they call it fragile, like it becomes frail, is the way that it's represented anyway. So struct frail. Right, and then we're going to go derive component. Then we're going to say like component on add self on add, and then on remove. Self on remove. Right, so you can have these, and then we're going to go impl frail on add well deferred third world, CTX, context, right. And then we're just going to say red mute state equals world dot get super conditions status. So we are going to make status a required component of this particular derive require status, something like that. And then we go here and we go, okay, so is it like this thing? Or is it on add? I don't remember how to do this. Nope. Anyway. We get the status, and then we say dot expect is required. Is require, and then we go, sorry, get new, and then we say status dot in dot push frail, like that. Ta-da. This method takes one argument, ctx dot empty. Right, can we replace with the use path as well? Right. Now we have to work out what exactly is going on with you. I thought this is how you did it, but apparently not. Let's go like search. I've definitely done it before. So on add, expect. So this is where I am right now. Self on add. How the fuck did I declare this? It's on underscore add equals. Okay. So trait on underscore add equals, and then on underscore remove equals. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So it's not push, it's insert. And this is on remove. Something like that. You're saying you can't do that because this doesn't have default. So can you just derive default for me? Thank you. You also want to derive deref and deref new form. And then it's just going to complain that it's not a string. Not toString. Remove. So you get to stay the set menu are remove. Swap remove full, and we insert frail dot to string, something like that. Right, then we have to turn you into like that. So we're gonna go to the macro. I'm gonna go, hey, inside this macro, if I give you a $ name ident comma con equals sent con colon lit string, I think it's literal, then you do this. Right, except that you're going to replace that with like struct. So pub struct sent a $ name. And same thing with you, is going to import $name. Then you do this, except this is going to be $ con, and then you are going to be $con. Something like that. And then we should be able to go down here and be able to say like define trait frail, comma, condition equals frail. So can we just like do this and go, okay, you defined frail, and it seemed to have defined frail correctly to do an on add on remove. So we now have the frail trait, which I guess means that these conditions, which are apparently strings at the moment, but this was a feeble. Okay, night vision. Okay. I don't know if this is the best way of fucking going about this. Anyway, conditions. Okay, so we're gonna go with like component on add. Well, I don't even think you want to be doing this. We want to do this. We want to go like that's your status, and then somewhere here we have pub conditions, which we don't care about. Somewhere's going to complain. Tooltips is complaining, which is because you want status. Status. Yeah. So status. Then we're going to go back up to, I guess, yeah. We're going to go use condition status home pub. Right. So then you should be able to tooltip that properly again. And then we go back to here and we go, okay, so you don't like that because this condition happens. So we extract all the conditions, which is a vector of strings. Good. Right. So we roll conditions. Now I want this to actually return maybe a vector of conditions. So template roll conditions. This should probably return like a vector of, you know, like something. So we would want to say, so we do that. We're going to say like something along the lines of let mute creature. Okay, wait. Yep. Equals. So we're going to get rid of this bit, and it's going to go, hey, so this is our creature. And then we're going to pass you, and we're going to say template roll conditions with our creature and our commands, which means we need immutable entity commands. Okay. So roll creature is going to take in self creature, which is a mute entity commands, like that, and then RNG. Right. So then you don't return anything. Then you do this, you do this. Okay, so we go for each condition in our conditions tree. We say hard-coded. Okay. Each of you contains like a string. So this is going to be like to do. And then this is a Honestly, I liked the idea. Maybe not. Lazy. Okay. I'm curious if I can all those together. Like, can I go like you, and then instead of arrowing you, if I do this and then or, because if I can do that, it's saying that's fine, except con here is a string. Correct? No. Expected type string. Can I put it here instead? Okay. Cut that. Put it here. Or with that. So, non-exhaustive pattern. Anything else can do that. So what are you complaining about? It says variable change is not bound in all patterns. I don't care. Okay. So the fact that we can complain about that here makes me wonder if that's something that we can go, like this actually would work. It's just complaining about some kind of weird typing issue, saying that mismatched type expected con be a string. What do you mean expected it to be a string? So the answer is that's not really going to ever work, I don't think. Anyway. This is also a to-do. Right. So you're a condition, and a condition is just a chance, but then you just hold a string. That probably needs to be called something else, but anyway. See, my thinking is something along the lines of roll condition. We have access to the conditions. When we load these conditions, can we say that instead of being strings, they are box dine component? Okay, interesting, but probably not the best approach. Anyway. Because I don't want to hard code every single possible condition in. Which makes me go, like, if I can somehow pass this to type registry, which is a reference to type registry. Something like that. And then when we go here, we can say type red is then res app type registry here, and say let wait, I guess you do it right at the top. Let reg equal type registry dot read, and then you pass this a reference to reg, something like that. I'm not entirely sure. All right, So temporary value may be dropped. What temporary value? Temporary value may be dropped while still being used. Later used here. Right. And then okay. You have to get the actual thing, then pass the actual thing in. I guess now we own it directly. We can just take it like that, and we can drop it. We can do what we want with it and drop it later. So this gives us our access to our type registry. We're going to be like let I guess we let condition equal. So we let the condition equal. So we then I guess just return com, or we return com, or we continue the loop. And then we go to here. We go, okay. So now we have a reference to a string, or we have a reference to a string. Okay. So we can let some registration equal condition dot get, wait, not condition, registry dot get with short type path condition, else can we like warn condition not and then we're just going to say condition, and then you can continue. Okay, we go to here, and we can say like let sum reflect component equals registration dot data reflect component else again warn condition does not reflect component apparently I can't spell again. Rain, come on. And then you would be condition. Something like that. We can also reflect default if I remember correctly. Let's continue. So then it's like reflect component dot apply. And then you need something that's in this. Okay, so we can pass in mutable reference to creature. And then we need a component which needs to be a dime partial reflect. Okay. Equals registration dot data reflect add. Reflect default else warn condition does not have Okay. So then we should be able to say something like let C equals reflect default. Something like so. Then we can go C dot as partial reflect. Else continue. Alright, the answer is fuck you. I don't think it's possible to do it, and it's annoying. So insert requires entity world mute. Component. So reflect component has apply. Copy fn pointer, I don't know. Like, so it definitely needs to be insert. You're just telling me that I can't do that because need a reference to entity. That's annoying. Entity world mute. Apply, applier, insert, remove, take, contained. Oh, I was so looking forward to this just working. I mean, the easiest solution would be to reflect condition. Like something like that, reflect condition. And then you go up to here and you just have pub trait condition. And I remember how you do this. You go something like reflect trait, and then it's like fn apply, which takes in self and a entity, which is a entity commands. Right, so we can come down here and we say reflect component, and then we go to here. We go okay. So you still need default, which actually maybe no, wait. Wait, no, it doesn't. We can say that you don't take anything. You can just be apply. No, it has to be. It has to reference self. Damn it. So close. Right, so it needs to keep the default. Then we can get the default. We can get the default, and then we can say reflect component insert. Wait, how does reflect component work then? Strange. Okay, so we want to say something like reflect component dot. No, not component. Reflect condition. There you go. So we say reflect component dot get C dot into reflect. Con equals. Right. So C dot as ref or option, okay. And then we could be like conda apply new creature. Oh, it's a terrible way of doing it. Also, it should be insert, not apply. Insert, and it would be mute. Theoretically, we can also just like automatically do it and be like implement component. Okay. Anyway, so you can have that, which would then insert that, which should then work with all of that. Which I guess kind of works. It's not going to work at all because of the fact that, like, when I register these types, I'm just trying to see if I can get it to work even remotely close. So we can like app.register type, and then we want to register the type frail. Right, so frail doesn't work because this doesn't work, which is to say that you need to derive reflect. And you also need to reflect condition. And we need to use create super, no, use super condition wildcard. Okay, and then it's saying you don't implement the trait. So we're going to import condition for $name self entity, which is a mute entity commands, and then it's like entity dot insert self. Sorry, $name. Actually, it should be self. Self is a much safer way of doing that. There you go. That seems like a terrible way of doing it, but anyway. So you use that string to get a type. Okay. So theoretically, the only ones that'll work will be the ones that have frail, because frail, and even that probably won't work because it's probably still going to spit out a whole bunch of things saying that frail doesn't exist. Boy, is this going to run for a while as we spawn tens of thousands of things, and like most of them say, I don't think that's a real thing. My one just says dog. I also don't think you're supposed to. Anyway, why's my tooltip not working? Tooltip? Tooltip. Name status. So theoretically, the tooltip will only work if they are frail. No. Okay. We need to, make status a requirement of being a creature, I guess. So to go like mod, be like creature, wherever that is. Okay. Then the template maybe. No. Warning, creature. Require status. So we're gonna chop that out and move it up a layer because obviously the creature would just be like a top crate, like marker struct. And then you would use condition. Yeah, okay. So now everything with the creature flag should now have a tooltip. So it should at least still gonna take fucking forever. It takes a very long time. So they should all appear with something. It just, no, the tooltip is still just busted. Why is the tooltip broken? Hello? Strong is not handled. Yeah, tough is not handled. Condition tough not handled. So we need to go to like map because like every map cell basically has something standing on it. Okay, maybe not every map cell because the ones starting with 0 probably are off the top. Okay. Yeah. So you have an entity called stranger. There we go. So did you just not give it the creature trait? No, it's got creature. It just didn't get given status. What do you mean? Wait, we have to like look for like struct creature. There's only one struct creature, and it requires status. So why do I not see a status? Unless I'm missing it. There's sprite, sync. There's definitely no status. Okay, let's try saving this and rerunning this. It's possible that it just didn't apply. Because without status, the tooltip doesn't see them as creatures, and therefore will not actually spawn them as creatures. Like won't show the creature tag. So we should probably deal with some of these, Oh, I doesn't have default. That would explain why nothing was working. I still don't have a tooltip. You have the creature tag. It's gonna like scroll down to like a random tile. Like, okay, stranger. Why do you not have a status tag? Creature. Creature requires status. Why does status not appear? Like it's not even like a grayed out thing. Right, anyway. If we give our traits, we can say you have reflect, you also reflect default. Something like that. And we're also going to have to give you default. Something like that. So if we reflect default, we give you default. And we're also going to say that strong, because what did we say? Like athletic has no handle. Not handle. Wearing a coat, not handle. So some of these definitely exist in this. So condition equals strong. Athletic. Actually, no. Okay. Don't give them tags. Well, maybe do give them tags. I don't know. Maybe we just say if I don't specify a tag, maybe I just do it. Like, do the same thing here, like exactly the same. Right, except that you are just going to be format comma $sign name, something like that, and then you're going to get debug as well. Debug, something like that, and then you would be remove format comma name debug, and a reference to it. Right, so that should make like a whole bunch more of these actually work. Because, like, you know, athletic, like, still not work for like skilled and looting. I need some kind of better way of doing that, but anyway, when we run this, it should like at least cut down like somewhat on the number of just random shit things that it spits out. Now, my confusion is why I still can't see the required thing when it's supposed to be required. Unless somehow, when I moved, so conditions are still here. Is it spawning that had it? There's a chance that when I did that, it's still using the old one. So, hey, look. There's Dogman. He's athletic, strong, and tough. Yeah. Dogman. Dogman. You are so strong and athletic and tough. Oh, Dogman. Now, in the actual game, it does say that I'm barefoot. Status barefoot. Yes. Barefoot. Dogman. Athletic and tough. Dogman. Athletic, strong, and tough. Dog. Frail. Dog. Just a dog. He's just a dog, my dude. He's just a dog. Melonhead. Feeble and frail. Athletic, frail. Athletic, frail dog. Frail dog. This is just a deer. Athletic, frail dog. Melonhead reinforcement cooldown not handled. Fair enough. Now, the annoying thing here is that we effectively are at the state where we do actually need to make like every condition. So these are the traits, which I guess are actually conditions at this point. Anyway, so we can define frail, and we can like so we can like define trait. What do we want? Like barefoot. Okay. We have barefoot. Apparently weathered. The weathered, from what I remember, is like add some random health defects. Alert. Okay, we can find that. Define trait. Alert. So the thing with this is that like it's supposed to do something. Like I guess technically we could do that as its own sort of thing, but like we wanted to be able to define alert. Like so alert, from what I remember, like if we go to like up to our data here, and we go like conditions, and we go alert. Is it more alert than most? F sleep awareness. MF sleep awareness. Now, does MF mean something? Fucking knows. Stackable. Interesting. I wonder if stackable is important here. Maybe. Maybe. It's actually interesting because if stackable is important, it's implying that maybe that alertness does multiple things. Well, like it's that you can have alertness multiple times. Anyway, alert, intelligent AI, cowardly, skilled in tracking. Okay, dog, not handled. Dog. Okay. So part of what I would need to do, I guess, for the creature thing is maybe melonhead not handled. Weathered. Loots items. Skilled in trapping. Barefoot. Barefoot. Weathered. Loot items. Kind of what I'm thinking. Because of the, oh, it's spitting out lots of things. Is we can night vision, animal. I kind of need to just convert these into actual type names, maybe. Skilled. See, skilled in tracking is annoying. Weathered loadout. Loot items. Intelligent AI. No item sprites. Definitely. Dog. This is just a dog. Weathered. Because I don't necessarily want every single one of them to have a component. It's the issue. There's also like hundreds of them, of the like conditions, not of these specific conditions. I wonder if there's a way to do dynamic components. I wonder. Can I do now I'm just completely diverting off of as system I have no idea, but like, can I just like register a component? So registering a component requires it be T where T is component, but like component registration, register component. Self register component checked. Component descriptor. The register component. And component hook update from component. Okay. I'm sorry, what? Is this like a thing that I can actually just do? Okay, so we have our debug name, our storage type is send sync, type ID, optional, type ID layout, disk. Okay, type annotation needed. What needs the type annotation? Is it new? New. Okay. New with layout. So alright, let's go to component descriptor and have a look. Storage type. This must remain private. It must match this statically known storage type of the associated Rust component type if one exists. Okay. This must remain private. It must only be set to true if the component is actually send sync. Okay. Okay. This must always be size that is a multiple of a line. Blob array relies on that to be calculated bytes offset as a multiple of size. This function must be safe to call with pointers pointing to items of the type that descriptor describes. None if the underlying type does not need to be dropped. Middle, clone behavior, relationship accessor. Um, what the fuck is this relationship accessor? Name. Test. I'm sorry. Test. Okay. Oh, sorry. You don't. You just say test. You don't. Okay. Storage type. It is a sparse set, I guess. I don't know. Layout. Okay. std alloc layout is new Question. You. Drop is none. Mutable. So I guess that would be false. False. Component clone behavior. Default. None. You return something, yeah? Can I be like pub struct conditions? Question? Just to be like a vector of component. Insert resource components conditions question test. Okay, so the next question becomes, can I spawn something with these components? So like fn spawn test entity, and then we can be like commands. Like, how does this work? There's obviously spawned commands, and then we spawn a batch. We're just going to say, I don't know, like name new test. Right, new test entity. Now, the question is, when you call spawn, spawn does what? So spawn says entity allocate, and then caller maybe caller, and then queues a world move as pointer bundle world spawn with caller entity bundle caller. Okay, spawn at with caller. So what are you taking in? Moving a pointer. Okay. Spawn, so this says self entities check and spawn at. Okay. Spawn at unchecked. Bundle spawner. Bundle. Parallel move. Bundle spawner spawn at. Entity location. Self.flush. So bundle spawner new. Which took in self and change tick. So at some point, this bundle spawner still knows the bundle. Bundle partial move. Bundle apply effects. So this is obviously where it spawns, bundle spawner. Spawn at, and there it passes in the bundle. Okay, write components. Bundle info, write components, table. Mark spawned or despawned. Entity set location, archetype allocate, entity table row. Where'd you get that from? Table row, table allocate entity. Okay, get table from table self dot table non-null table as mute. Archetype self archetype as mute. That location bundle info. Okay. What this tells me is I do not know enough to be doing this. But let's have a look if we maybe can find it on Google and be like Bevy dynamic components. Bevy dyne component. No. Right. ECS dynamic at rest name. Query property, property. So main loop. So world lines, component name, component info, event name. Structs an owning point for each of the component. Yeah, no, I don't. Don't think I am capable of working it out. Whoa, crack of my knuckles. So one thing I couldn't see kind of working, but then again, not really, would be turning conditions. If we went like condition, so insert. The insert works kind of, but not really. Because insert because that's the annoying thing. Dog. Because there's no reason that the types need to actually be valid types. Is the ironic part. So like, theoretically, I could do something like pulling out condition. Where do we spawn this in? Like template. I'm gonna do this. So I could, instead of being like get the registry, like it would, you still get the registry, but you also probably just store them in their own thing. They're already passing the registry in. feel like the conditions are stupid. Like some of them make sense, like dog being a component makes sense. Maybe loot items, like okay, a lot of them make sense, like at least these ones, but that's because most of these are player related things. The like no item sprites doesn't really make sense because that's the melon head reinforcement cooldown should probably just be a reinforcement cooldown, and the fact that it has melon heads enough. Because that's the thing, is theoretically, I could make my own type registry, and register each of these names into that type registry, because it's just a name lookup, and then have each of those different things do different things based on stuff, kind of, maybe. Very weird way of going about it. Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, you can do really dumb shit with this. I don't remember how. Like, so rolling condition. How would I do that? So if I went back to my creatures and said like conditions, and then we said like pub struct condition registry, which is then just going to be a type registry arc, something like that, and then you would be like derive component, derive resource, right? And then we import from world for condition reg, like that. Then we like fn from world, and then we just say let mute reg equals type registry default. I guess let's do that. Let mute r equals reg dot read, and then we'd be like condition registry type registry arc. Wait, sorry. Reg, something like that. Maybe. A semicolon. So, not entirely sure what the fuck this would even be doing. Maybe like here, like app dot init resource condition reg. So this would register the condition registry. Actually, I don't even know if we want default. Who are you? Wait, so when I call default on you, I would like empty, to be honest. You just have default, which would be you called with default. Yeah, okay. think you only have default. For some reason you have from world as well, which I find a little bit suspicious, but anyway. Right. Well, remove the code because you borrowed. What do you mean? It's like a reference to you then? No. Maybe a reference to you. No. What do you mean? Move reg occurred here. I think that's saying it's dropped. Okay, so it's like drop. Weird. So what I'm thinking is like if we do that and then we can go back to our thing and we can register the types like specifically into that particular thing. Such a weird way of doing it though. So app, so we initialize that. It's like, does dog do anything? Dog. Nope. Wrong. Killed by a dog man. Wait, why is this a condition? It is in fact fatal, but okay. Dog is dog. Base detection level, fatigue modifier. Because what I want to do is something along the lines of actually I don't remember how that works. Right, get rid of all this crap because it's doing nothing. When we register you, what I want to do basically is have it like like a custom loader. So I mean we can do that and have like a substruct condition loader, which then has a type registry arc, something like that. And then you would be like, get to here and be like, app the world dot add asset loader. See, you need access to the application for that, which is strange. Can we let new world dot resource assets server dot loader So what happens when I actually add a reset, like a asset loader? Just back here, go register asset loader. What do you do? You just go self world resource register loader. So why can't I not do that myself? Register loader. And then we go like condition loader with reg.clone. Okay, apparently I can, it just wasn't showing up. Anyway, we need to like derive type path like that, and then be all like import asset loader for condition loader. That's interesting. So if that works, how I'm thinking it's going to work. You probably also want access to the actual app loader. But dog. So what that would translate to, maybe. So I would want to maybe only custom to some. What I remember is you can be like FN type. Oh, right, yep. Because that would be the asset loader, and we can make the asset loader load certain assets. That's what makes it hard, is that I'm thinking of something like where we have the dog component, and when you insert the dog component, we could make the dog component update the correct thing, being like, hey, you're a dog, so like your morale's higher or low, or whatever, like being a dog did. The issue I'm seeing is that like there's no like easy way to do that without like having to force that dog already exists as a component. So one thing I can think is that we can do something like a dog component, dog asset, basically like a condition component that contains all the information. Oh, not a condition asset that contains the information. And then has like an on remove and on add that we can set up. It's gonna be hard though, because like the on because like I want certain things like the dog, if I add a dog component, to be like a component, but I also want it to and like I don't know about the barefoot maybe. I don't know. All very difficult to work out. Like, I wanted to be flexible enough that the modding still works, which is what's making me go like, I'm gonna have to do it without components. I'm just gonna have to do assets and have the asset loading and unloading do what it does, because then I can hard code in certain behaviors that happen from certain things. One thing I guess I could check in terms of doing certain behavior is you could check the name of the condition when you add the condition, and if the name exists in the registry, then we could just insert the component and have like if the component's wired up to do it. Because that's one thing if you have access to the type registry, because having access to the type registry lets you do some like cheeky stuff, like we could insert we could like when you load a condition, because I guess we should set up a condition and have it do something. I guess I'm not quite sure. Certain things are going to need to be moved around though. So what we would need to do is go like up to the asset section and go like create an asset. So we need to like new folder, not new folder, condition. Right. And then we need to be like new file and be like barefoot.con. So we then need to track down the actual barefoot thing, and we'll paste it in there so that we can like comment and work out what the fuck's going on. So barefoot. Right. So this is what the barefoot like in the actual game code looks like. It's obviously not going to get kept very much, but I guess we just paste this in because it doesn't have a format at the moment. Shift tab tab. Right. So the condition has an ID, which we don't care about. It has a stir name. So it has display, and display, I believe, is whether it shows up here or not. Yeah. So the fact that it says barefoot, right, is, I think, because it's display. That could also be because it's display other, because it's technically, it also turns up down here. Like if I put shoes on and took shoes off, it would say you're now barefoot and you're not barefoot. I don't know what other ones I can get to show that off. Whatever. Display on game over is like when you die, whether it shows up. The color is obviously the color that it is. So yeah. Reset timer, not sure. Removal, unclear. Remove post combat, it's pretty obviously self-explanatory. Transmission range, threshold. So transfer range is interesting, because that's effectively like that tells you how far is contagious, or like certain ones are contagious, or certain conditions will spread further. So what it needs is a string. So barefoot is the text. I believe this description is what it shows in the bottom, which is also the display other. So that's the annoying thing. So I want to get rid of the trait condition because it's annoying me that, you know. So we have a status. Pub condition require. So condition registry. So I don't know if we really need the condition registry. Could just get you from the world. You have that. I want the condition registry because I want to be able to like cheekily poke things in. But I'm not entirely sure how it'll work. Because like theoretically, condition like, so you're broken because you're okay. So we want a new condition. We want a new pub struct condition. Pub struct condition. This will be like pub. What's it? Condition. So this is going to derive asset and type path, something like that. Now the condition needs a whole bunch of things. So it's going to have a status text, which I guess is option. And it's string, something like that. So that's our condition. Yeah. Okay. So now your type, your asset you return is a condition. Your settings is going to just be type error is I guess a static string. Because it's just easy. Type settings is just this. Right. And then you are going to do this, and you're going to go. It still annoys me to no end that this doesn't like bring everything in when I do this. It just like puts the short names. But anyway. So we're going to go async to do. Right. So we have our conditions, which is going to be assets and conditions. We can go back up here and we can maybe like register. So we have our factions, and then the faction loader I don't think we've actually added yet. App.register asset loader. Wait a second. Just copy this one. Go factions, faction loader. So we need to init asset loader, and there's going to be a condition loader. Right. So we have to do like from world for the condition loader. Anyway, template. Why is template yelling at me? Template's yelling at me because reflect condition is just not a thing that it can do. Okay. So somewhere here we're going to like role conditions. Now there's a reason I'm giving it that type registry. Okay, we can spice this up a little bit and say condition, and then you would be res assets condition. We need to chance. So this needs to be changed, and this needs to be a condition. Right, so then that's a condition. And then we say for condition in conditions, for condition in self conditions, so then we pick the condition from the condition chance. All right, so then this gets changed. The condition chance now becomes a handle to a condition. You're a handle to a condition. Okay. So now I'm offloading being able to do the conditions to something else's responsibility. And then we have the handles, and then we're going to say let condition equal condition dot get condition. Okay. Sum. So we're going to say end else error condition not loaded when creature template. Now this should never be hit. Continue. Because to hit this would imply that the creature template shouldn't have finished loading because it still has dependencies that are loading, which means that it can't have loaded. Anyway, we get to here and then we have our condition. And I have no recollection of whatsoever of what we were doing here. Oh, good job, me. Oh, we have access to our condition. I don't think you do anything. But anyway. Condition. On insert. We just like not have you. Okay. Or you just don't reflect condition. That's easy enough. You also don't implement condition. Also easy enough. Right. So, yep, you don't have a from world. That's fine. Spawn. So you pass in that, which is actually supposed to be assets condition. Something like that. Then he's gonna maybe call you con conditions. Then you don't do that. Expected found trait. Assets. Oh, asset. Okay, so that passes all that to you. Then the template's going to be yelling at me for something. Primarily that it probably doesn't know how to load these as, yeah. Okay, so that would be that we have con. So, oh, it's so annoying. So condition, we need some kind of preconditioning on the conditions, but anyway, for now, we're just going to say, something, what is it called? Like a load context dot load. Then you're just going to format, and it's going to go condition slash dot con. So this is going to basically stop like every single one of them from working again because they're going to have to wait for the actual all their conditions to be met. Annoying, but anyway. And then this is con. Okay, we need to make real functions for like fn something name condition name. I'll try the string. And then just this name dot I guess replace spacebar with underscore. Just return that, please. And then we say, I guess, do this. So format the name where we replace spacebar with underscore. So replace spacebar with underscore like that, and then you just say condition name, and then that would be data. Yes. How that works? Line split. Okay. And then you're the same. You can like say like load the asset from there to there, and then you just do that. Right. So that should like a load context, except you pass in con. And I think you're supposed to load line like that. Okay. And it should probably be like con trim, something like that. Sure. This is what it's going to look like. So it's going to have a... So theoretically, if I use Ron, it should detect this and like comment all this stuff out. Hello, welcome to the stream. We are getting ridiculously sidetracked on what we're supposed to be working on. In case you were wondering. So we're going to import from world for condition loader from world, and we're going to say let red equals world.get resource wrong act, my bad. Okay. Welcome. So like asset, no, app type registry dot 0 dot clone, something like that, and then we can say condition loader reg. Right. I'm good. I'm a little bit like spaced out at the moment. I'm not making nearly as much progress as I would have liked because I keep flip-flopping back and forth on like how I want to go about this to make it like flexible for modding, but like also not horrible to work with. So I'm having it sort of back and forthy of like I keep implementing something and then changing my mind about how I want to go about it. And it's annoying me somewhat, but anyway, it's the condition templates and the role conditions and then say conditions. So we get the condition and then we can like. So I guess it doesn't do anything. How are we pulling out the condition's name? Question, I guess. Probably something more like we need to say like let condition equals like a vec new so let I guess let out equal, and then we say out dot push condition. Actually, I don't even know if you need the condition. Like, I don't think you need this anymore. I think we're just going to stick the condition thing on there. That's interesting. Yeah, because then it's just someone else's responsibility. Which means that we can actually go to this bit as well, and we can just say you just return a vector of handle to conditions. It does make me wonder if maybe the correct way to go about that is to not return every single possible condition, but anyway. So yeah, out to push, and then we just return out. Like that maybe. Clone that as well. So that would turn that into that, and then we go to spawn, and we go, okay, so we, I guess, go back to doing this first. So we say creature, and then we say let conditions equal role conditions, and then we can say that you get to be conditions. And then we're passing conditions, something like that. So this takes one less argument than that. Okay, so let conditions template role. So you take only 2 arguments, right? Because you just take an RNG now. Because yeah. Okay. And then we need to go back to conditions up here, and we need to have like the capital C conditions. So pub struct conditions, which is just a pub vec condition, something like that. So then we need to like import this, maybe. Sure. We need to make a component, derive component. Right, so match status, obstruct conditions, vector vector. So you're a vector of handle conditions. What? Okay. So yeah, you are a vector of handles to conditions. Actually, we could make that a vector of conditions. Make them clone. No, I think that wouldn't necessarily work very well. Anyway, you have a vector of conditions, and then you have your condition loading, and you have your condition loading, and this loads the actual conditions. So right now, we effectively just have, well, nothing, I guess. So if we make everything inside of conditions stay as a nice, neat ROM. Okay, let's go to the condition registry. We're not using that anymore. So we have a condition loader, and our condition loader loads the conditions, and a condition is just an optional. So this is the status text. Can we have a default? No, we want to say like serde deserialize and serde, I guess serialize for the sake of being able to serialize it. Then we're going to go here, we're just going to go let data equal string new, let's like that, let new data, string new, then it's reader.read to string mute data dot await, throw the error away because I don't really care. And then we say let, I guess we have like a ROM deserialize from string data dot expect, I guess just unwrap, I don't care. And then you have to be like home, okay, and you have to be something that is condition. I mean, that might work. No. No, now. So that should let me load the barefoot condition at the very least, which I guess would get the where is it? Load context settings reader condition status text sum barefoot. Right, so I think that should work fine. Now what I would like you to do is I wonder if it throws that error before it gets to me, probably. Almost certainly, actually. Condition. Where is our condition thingy, Bob? Template. In our template loader, if we could please, because we condition template there. going to do that. And then we're just going to go OS, std, OS, if stdfs, stdfs file exists, name, doesn't exist, then stdfs write file name contents. So we're going to say let out equals rom toString condition default. Something like that. As like a little like dot. I don't know, probably not the best way of going about that one, but anyway. Is okay. It's more like okay. It's like if let okay sum false. Equals. How that works? No, you just okay bool. Okay, okay false. So you do that, and you say condition default, and then you say write that, and you write out. And we're just gonna not care, and then we're just gonna return name. Thank you. So my question. So this should, in theory, be like every time it tries to load a condition, it should just create the folder. Because I'm lazy. So this effectively is when it runs to this, when it says, hey, these don't exist, it should create all these folders here. The use of the status text barefoot. You're not stackable, you're not display. So field name, F, moves per term modifier. Okay, so not entirely sure. How that would work. I guess you would have to modify the actual component as it's called. What am I even doing? My brain is completely stopped. So you load that, and then when we spawn you in, you spawn this stuff in. So we have our conditions, and we load the conditions, and this is going to try and load each of these from the file, which should work to load barefoot, and then we can go. It should then create all the other files when they try to exist. So this is the condition loader, which I don't know why I gave it access to the type registry. We will get there, I guess. Maybe. Unsure. Maybe. Okay, so we have our conditions, and we're just going to go like maybe like fn update status, which is to say conditions changed. Because my thinking of like if I instead of doing handles actually kept a copy of the condition, which would be a little bit weird, but it would mean that I could do things like actually have the countdown on the condition itself. Anyway, so we say update status condition changed. Sorry, this would be a populated conditions changed conditions. Okay, so what do we like stackable? Clearly you're true, right? No. Oh wait, no, it's not stackable, obviously. Yeah, I know. If I start the stream earlier, I can usually go longer. Like I used to stream for like 8 hours. Well, one time I streamed for 12 hours straight. That was not necessarily the smartest idea because then YouTube started clipping the front of the stream. YouTube killed the good stuff, basically. Yeah. So for some reason, barefoot is not stackable, which is, I suspect, saying that if you have 2 copies of barefoot, so it's not saying you can't have more than 1 copy of barefoot, because obviously, like, it's giving everything fucking 2 copies of barefoot. It's saying that you can't get the effect of barefoot twice, because in the game, obviously I have 2 copies of barefoot right now because I don't have any shoes on, but I'm still only at 4 movement, so good to know, I guess. So permanent, unclear as well, because I would assume that permanent, like with some of the other ones I've read, that permanent would be actually saying that it can't. So this is stackable. This is false. So we need to go add that to the actual trait. So where the fuck are you? Condition. So stackable. That's a boolean. Stackable. Apparently that's not even how you spell stackable, which is checkable. Okay, anyway, stackable. So update status. See, my annoyance with this is that we will probably have to reintroduce all of the, so mute objects. Right, so something like maybe mute status. Now, these are in order, which means these will still be in the same order, which is okay. Then we need to say condition, which is then going to be a res assets condition. Something like that, I think. So condition. So then we go for conditions, mute stat in objects, and then we go objects dot for condition in conditions. I guess dot here. We're gonna have to make that thing anyway. So we're gonna say status dot clear, and then we say condition if let some condition equals conditions dot get condition else continue. That is one of the things, it could theoretically miss a status if the conditions change, but the condition hadn't loaded when you added a condition. Anyway, doesn't matter. We can say get the condition, and then we're gonna say if let wow. This state equals condition dot status. What was it called? We just need to also like deref. Thank you. Else continue. So wait, what? Conditions. Ah, okay. We call like maybe like all conditions, like all conditions. Yeah. So then we get the condition, and then we say, hey, the status is the condition status. Okay. Do like a ref that? I remember there's something you do like ref that, and then we say so itchy. Then we say status dot insert state dot toString. That right. Apparently those need to be middle word. That's fine. Update status. Then we go back to main here and go app dot add system update conditions update status. You make it public. So it's going to yell at me that they don't exist, which is fine. Maybe. You're going to unwrap. Can I unwrap or default use? Because that'll be funnier. It should also mean that it won't. So theoretically now, it won't crash because when it tries to load the creature, if the file doesn't exist, it'll create the file. And then this thing, if it fails to load the file, will also create the file. Now, it does mean that barefoot may not necessarily turn up. If that makes sense. So, well, apparently it just like failed completely and utterly. So, Luda creation panicked. Where did you panic? Make sure you called init. Oh, I didn't initially. Okay, thank you. App.init resource condition. Thank you. So init asset. Right, so it was panicking because it's saying, it's not a real asset. I can't load that. Oh, okay. Based. Tired. So tired. Okay, we hit load and we go, hey, everything loaded. So at the very least, it's not crashing. So it's saying warning, loot in creature table, unknown field, unknown field, encounters in creature table, path not found to all these locations that we can scavenge. Path not found, asset condition, nightvision.con. Okay, did it just not work? So you crashed. So this is looter.rs crashed at location at looting.rs. Okay, I don't know what that's doing. Scavenger, so failed to load asset, forest, yeah, that's fine. This is a loot and scavenge, loot table, city, craft, facility, location, city.scavenge. So it failed to do something. Unknown field, faction, base attack, faction, base attack, faction. Excuse me, where did you failed to find path? Yes, but like, shouldn't you have made the path? Would I set that up to make the path? Template. Dot unwrap. Maybe it needs to be dots. Well, it's actually probably it probably did. It's probably just up here. Well, who knows where it tried to make it then? Because it's panicking a lot. Because it says there's this panicked. Failed to load panicked creature template panicked. Yeah, but where is the path not found? Read doesn't like that. Okay. Not found, missing. The system cannot find the path specified. Screw, yeah, okay. So that's because you need to write to format dot slash assets slash name. That might work, but I might need to be dot dot because for some reason it seems to think it's in scr, which is not the right location. Anyway, did it work? So if we go to assets, go to condition. Hey, so it did aggressive. So it's none. Alert. Okay. Lovely. So the only one, oh, well, it overwrote barefoot. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, that would that would make sense because obviously well, that's annoying because it's just gone forever now. Close all. We have to modify the piece of code so that it actually checks the right location because at the moment effectively what it was doing was it looked to see and so let file equals, then you become a reference to file, and then you are just going to use file. Alright, that should work, and then we should be able to go back into go to data and go conditions and be like, this is barefoot, and copy this and just put back, please. So barefoot. Please put this at the top. I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I can use comments with Ron. Like, I know you can definitely like single line comment. I just don't know if it like I don't know if it lets you do the multi-line comment like this. Hopefully it does. So this is going to be it's like some barefoot. Something like that. Stackable false. Cool. Lovely. What I want to do is go here, and go duplicate that, comma there, and say com is wrong. So that these did they highlight correctly? Excuse me? Is it just broken completely? I haven't actually looked. Obviously creature's broken. Location? No, these work. So why does .con not work? Maybe it is. Maybe no, definitely not. Whatever, I don't care. At least not enough to fix it. So now, with the file reloading, it should have reloaded condition. Every time I go like Control S, it should be reloading that condition. Look at that. Yeah, it's reloading. So I can like reload this and be like some alert. Right, so now when I hover over these, so this is a stranger. So the stranger should have got barefoot, which he apparently didn't. Which is a little bit annoying. That or it's failing to load it. Honestly, it's probably just failing to load it. Let's make it crash loading condition. Can you like not unravel defaults? Just load all of them. Not unravel, because I kind of need you to tell me if it's not working, or at least okay. So like if that okay, equal. I guess match. We'll match. I click that and go. Yeah, a bunch of things panicked this time. Position, spanning error, missing field description. Nope, that's something else. Unknown field. Wait, so they're just like not working? Oh no, you say alert, you say barefoot. Okay. So we're gonna match this. We're just gonna right, so okay is okay. And then this is just gonna be okay, okay. This one's just gonna print the error, so it's just gonna be error E, just E, I don't really care, E, and then you're just going to be, okay, condition default. I just need to know that it failed so that I can do something about it. Then you go away. Okay, underscore you and go, okay. So now, as you can see, Dogman is alert, you're barefoot and alert, you're barefoot and alert, you're barefoot and alert, you're barefoot, you're just a feral dog for some reason, okay. What do you mean? Okay. See, these don't really necessarily get like a sub status. Dear dog, feeble. Okay, so like some feeble. Okay, did this work? Okay, reloaded feeble and it didn't print anything. So now, presumably, if we go to some of these dogs, some of them will say feeble, maybe. How is it a feral dog? Feral dog. Melonhead, he's barefoot. Feeble, 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 feeble. Hello, feeble, feeble, feeble. Hello. Can't even know if you around. Alert, barefoot, barefoot. Okay. So maybe feeble didn't work. Oh, I bet it's because they didn't change. Never mind. So they probably are working. It's just that like there's the component changed and there's the underlying asset changed. So I'm editing the underlying asset. Yeah. Okay. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Right. We're gonna go with like some more work with this name processing. So I guess we leave everything else. We're gonna like delete all this and be like delete all of these. Right. Just when you load up template and when you load these, when you condition the name, if you get to here saying, hey, the name doesn't exist, can you like do some extra pre-processing and be like, so if name dot contains underscore. maybe we should be like let mute out equals condition default, something like that, and then we can be like here, and then you be like I guess we would just say ron toString no toString pretty out comma ron. Can we just like call default? That work? No. Wait, no, it does. It's just yelling at me because it's saying, yeah, okay. So if name does not contain underscore, can we say that out dot status text equals some name? One. Oh wait. Can we just let new? Thank you. And then we can be like, if new contains underscore, we can be like name toString. Something like that. Then when it saves it, it will save them like better, I guess. I mean, this is where you just start actually like maybe processing the whole fucking thing. So let's just look at barefoot again. So attacks, conditions, barefoot. So we have like the name and maybe the description. Less than, greater than, is barefoot and cannot travel as easily. Okay. Moves. So we have to like somehow extract this modifier. That's going to be a real pain in the ass. Because there is lots of those. And honestly, a lot of them shouldn't be modifiers. Because if we go to my like conditions thing, as I was, no, wait, my extraction code for conditions. Example, where's the conditions extractor thing? When we go up to like extract condition, these are all the modifiers that I found. Now, some of these aren't going to stay modifiers. I think some of them I'm going to like bump to being effects. Like, for example, add recipe should definitely be an effect because it stacks weirdly. Asleep, not really a modifier. More of a condition on its own. What the fuck? Why is asleep that's, or is that really just a thing? Huh. Set the sleep to false. The wake up condition. Asleep true. Sleep quality 1. Sleep alertness 0. Or -1, I guess. Insomnia. Blacking out. That also is probably going to end up becoming a dumb. Okay, so I do like the idea of fucking with that, but anyway, that definitely should be an effect. So I'm thinking we can probably get away with something along the lines of conditions under our conditions. I don't know what stackable is supposed to mean. I guess stackable is that the modifiers stack rather than reset. Anyway, pub effects. Going to be a vector of effects. Now, we have a whole bunch of effects that I know exist, but they're already dumb. again, like in the like when my extraction code works, like extract data, there's a bunch of what they call effects, and armor wound sets your armor value, set immunity, chain condition. I don't remember what chain condition did. I think it's literally a chain of conditions, which is you have all the effects that have previously been applied and all the effects that will be applied, like the next effect in the chain, which is just such a weird way of doing that. Anyway, remove trait, remove skill, add skill, change faction rep, despawn, add item ground, unknown. Unknown was just about like everything else because so I'm just gonna, I guess, make that a thing that I can call and be like, the condition. So we have effects, and then we're gonna have like another one here. It's gonna be like pub enum effects. I guess effect, effect, affect, effect, affect, effect. All right, effect. So you also need to derive serialize and 30 deserialize, something like that. And then we need to go like add component string. String makes the most sense. We're going to call it add marker, because the difference between a component and a marker in my like definition here. So I guess we should maybe like name this stuff. So add marker add a ZST component right, add component add component. So there's going to add a component, add a component with data. Now I'd rather make that a component and it's like a serialized component in it. Like, can we like actually do that? Like boxed sign partial reflect. Like that should in theory work, but that would require fucking a pain in the ass amount of work. Anyway, I'm just gonna get string. Okay, so something. Pull out the conditions. Something status. Okay, so this updates the status. All right. So if I run this, it's going to make versions of all the other ones. If they don't have a spacebar in their name, then it puts their name as their status text, so that in theory we can see the status of all the status texts. Ta-da! Like when we hover over you, you're cowardly and weathered. Yeah, so it made all these. It's like alert, and so it's going to say, "Hey, so stackable false effects." So I should be able to go to like barefoot, which now looks hideous compared to the rest. Can we just like grab that and just be like, "Hello, barefoot"? Now it says athletic, but we're just going to replace that with the word barefoot, and we're going to say effects. We're going to say add marker. Right. You know what? Expected string. Okay, so now it's loading because it's just not failing. 2750. Yeah, okay. So We can add it in that and that, and it's expecting a string. So we can add to the so effects add marker. Well, okay, you're the worst one to be testing that on because you don't actually. So we're gonna say dog. Add marker dog. Cool. I don't know what's gonna do. I'm just gonna make it. We're gonna creatures. And we go like mod, and we're gonna go like mod. Like I don't know, actual. Well, I don't like markers. It's like pub struct dog derive component frame pub use Bevy prelude like so component. Right, so we have the dog component. This also needs to be reflect. It also needs to reflect component and default. Maybe that doesn't have default. Reflect default. Okay. So we need some kind of way of detecting. No, I guess we're gonna be like fn test, and then we're gonna be like added dog, and this is just like populated entity added markers dog. And we're just gonna be like info he is a good boy. Then we just be like app.add system update test. This isn't gonna do shit, but we need to do something. So this updates the status. I mean, sure. Well, see, that's an annoying thing. Is like something tells me that if you remove dog from a something. So one thing I could do is make it private. So conditions. This isn't public. This is your list of conditions. And then when we say spawning, we say the conditions. We'll be like no. Right. Then we'll be like, first off, we can modify this and we can be like, okay, so I want to say new changed and old. Current, which is going to be the vector of handle conditions. And then we have removed, which is then going to be a vector of handles conditions. Something like that, and we like import condition. My thing is like if the player gets blind and then conditions. Vec. Returns self. Okay, so this deref. So when you deref, and it's also not allowed to be derefed mutably. Okay, so we can say pub remove, which takes in a mute self and handle. I guess if condition which would then be a handle to a condition, right? Which is in like self dot current data dot find c equals condition. No, see, this finds the index. Searches for the element of an iterator that satisfies the predicate. Okay. I don't actually care the success because I know what the fucking success was. Then we're going to say self dot current dot remove I self dot. I guess you put it here because you only have to remove it if you actually removed it. Self dot removed equal dot push condition. You need to do that. Cannot compare handle to handle. Okay. So we don't care about that one. Very strange. So we just really like have like a weird remove ability because again, you can have the same condition multiple times, which also makes me go like it's a bit annoying because that also maybe we just run with the assumption that if you become a dog, you're not allowed to not become a dog anymore. Well, right. So this updates the status. So when you do like pub condition apply conditional changes. Right. So it'd be like objects. I don't know how exactly this is going to work, but we're gonna have condition. I would probably want to go like entity maybe. Entity, comma. So, and maybe commands. Commands. So, like maybe app registry app reg, which is going to be like a something. I'm sure something. Res app type registry, something like that. Like for entity, comma condition in objects. So then we need to go. I mean, technically, we need to do something like new handle condition, and then it'd be new or added start, and then comma current is vec new. So then we're going to go for added in conditions. So I guess this is mutable. So conditions dot added, not commands, conditions dot added dot drain. What the fuck is R? Oh, okay. So drain this. Then we go. I guess we go like. It says conditions is res assets condition. Right, no, just condition. So we go here. We need to mute. So then we go something like let some condition equals conditions dot get added else continue. I'm just gonna put in like an error here and say maybe re add I'm just lazy at the moment, but theoretically, like if we fail to get a condition, we probably shouldn't consume that we've added it. Anyway, the add, so we get the condition and we can say for effect in condition condition dot effect. Reiterate that. It's gonna yell at me otherwise. I mean like match effect. We have two effects, so this is just going to do nothing, and then on marker is going to be name. Then we're going to say something like I don't know, maybe down here, but like fn apply add marker, which is going to take in registry type registry Name stir. Do something with it. Add marker. App registry dot read. Maybe a reference to your video. You pass in registry, you pass in name. You don't need other stuff as well. Or just lowercase too. Got it. So we're gonna say let reference to it. Some registration equals reg dot get by get with short type path name, else error failed to get type registration. Home return, I guess false. There's a thing you can do, I'm sure of it. It can be like add. Maybe something like that. Pretty sure. Otherwise, you say error does not register. Reg add marker return false. Something like that. Like name, and then we go add marker. Let's do that now. So you're complaining because you need T where type data. So we're gonna say pub struct add marker, which just has like an FN. New commands and an entity. Actually, fuck it, new entity. You take an entity commands. Then we just like import type data or add. Something like that. You're allowed to be cloned. Derived clone. Oh, wait, what? Div implements clone. It just can be okay. It can just be typed out. Sure. Let me just like an impl add add marker fn. Let's just call it run. This is what insert. I guess maybe we'll call it as marker. Just going to take in new entity commands. Then you need another one. It's going to be new entity command like that. Right, so you do that. And then this one's also going to be fn remove, which is going to be right, and then you just like right, you don't do anything because this is a type. Wait. No, okay, you do something. You call self.0 commands. I forgot that I'm doing like an actual type. Self. Oh, right. So that would probably require this to be self then. Like that. Self.0. Lovely. So then you'd be dot insert. Right. Then just return true. Now he's going to have an event remove. Like you're just exactly the same as this. Except you'd be remove. There's a way to stick that in there somehow. I don't know. So marker, add marker. Okay. If okay, so we need to like let mute try again equals it's just a vector. No. When you fail here, we can just say again dot push again dot push added. And then same thing, if you get to here and you fail, you say again dot push. Maybe not. Interesting. I mean, I guess if it fails to add, get fucked. Error fail to add marker name. Okay, I think we've got a bit after I've done this because this is I'm too tired to think what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow when I go to touch this code. So we apply condition changes as one of the functions. So we have to go back up to like here. Update status, and then we're gonna like apply condition changes. You have to bypass change detection. Dot. Okay. Let con equal let condition equal condition dot bypass change detection. There you go. So we have to bypass the change detection, otherwise it's going to detect that added happened and drained, and then it's going to get annoying. Right, then once you've added once you've run all the effects and stuff, then you're going to go condition dot not condition. Yes, condition. Condition. No. Okay. What is condition? I hate it so much. Everything's so similarly named. I hate it. And I keep doing it to myself all the fucking time. Anyway, all conditions dot why do you have no types? Kind of weird. So you just push the added, and then we say for remove in this is just gonna take us info to do add remove logic for okay. So we just pushed all conditions current, and then we this one should only hit current. And then the thing that's fun about that is we can then like maybe order those two systems up here so that it effectively dot comma paste dot chain. So that should mean that the this applies all the new ones before this one gets to update them. And the obviously idea is you can't have new ones without it being changed. And you can't have removed ones without it being changed. So the idea, if it all works how I think it, like how I want it to work, is basically what boils down to dog does not have as marker. Right. So we have to do something like app dot add plugin set up markers. Hub. Markers. Set up markers. Right. We have to go markers. We have to go hub set up markers. Which takes an app, new app, and this says app dot world mute dot resource mute dot. This is resource app type registry. I'm sure there's a way to add type data. Register type data. Register type data we can say dog, comma, as marker, dog for as marker. Well, looks like Starlink saying fuck you and deciding the stream have to end as well. Alright, that doesn't really matter. Triple, yeah, as marker is private, okay. So I guess the next trick because that's the beauty of this. We don't need default. We do need component. I don't think we actually need reflect component even. We can literally just get away with well, it might need reflect. No. It's not even a reflect thing, it's like a registry thing. So we just say register type dog. Okay, so dog doesn't implement reflect. So reflect is apparently important to being able to register any kind of arbitrary type data. You don't like that for something. I guess it's probably that it needs to be this. Let A equals E dot E dot insert. They probably need to be boxed then. Let B equals and then U would be A comma B. Type annotation needed. Hmm. Can I do something like this then? Fn e new. Oh, because it's not inside of dog. That's why it's getting annoyed. Because you're supposed to be. Wait, so can I do it then? E dot insert dog, and then you can be e dot remove dog. The idea is that it replaces the macro. This is not supposed to return anything. So. Yeah. Okay. So then we can say macro rule declare marker name, which is go back to that other place. I don't know what else. Like traits. Ident. Like markers. No, it's like ident. And place this in here. So we just replace the word dog with name $sign name and name. And then we can go down here, we're just go declare marker dog. Lovely. That should then work. So the idea being that, like, if you want to mod the game, you have to use the components that I provided to you, or do everything inside of like a much more limited like scope. So there are lots of entities that are all good boys. Dear stranger, dogman, dear stranger. So something went wrong. We probably shouldn't be printing out like millions of copies of Good Boy. Just want to work out why the fucking conditions went wrong. My assumption is that it's just not working properly. Right, so we have to just be like, please don't print Good Boy. Marker, okay. Where the fuck is it? Don't print this. And tell me if I'm like throwing an error somewhere. Leave the test. Don't print the text. And this should at least tell me if I'm throwing an error somewhere. So marker template condition. But no, but that's annoying because why are they not? They're all in new. Remove marker, so faction bar. Where is it? Apply condition change. So why is update status? Why is this not working? So can we be like print line updating status and then be like conditions dot when? This will tell me how many conditions it's applying, because my wondering is, it's like maybe it's just not adding any conditions. Nocturnal. Yeah, so it's just not adding anything. It's just saying, hey, we're updating the status on thousands of things that have no fucking status. Now I'm unclear why that fucking is. If their added has anything in it, that's stupid, because their added should have been drained. Well, it's possible that they're not loaded yet. No, because then the dogs would never get added, because the dogs use the exact same fucking change detection. I guess technically they don't. Alright, so if you get to here, condition. Okay. Condition set dot change set. Gonna yell at me, isn't it? Yep, can't do it because it's been fucking moved. I hate you. So I guess we just call it change. Equals false. And we go down here and we go, hey, so if you get to this part, you can be like changed equals true. And then if changed excuse me, drop all changed. What? Oh, they're the worst. Okay. There we go. If it changed, and then it sets the change detection. The idea of that is it shouldn't continuously keep running this system, because it shouldn't have anything as added, and only triggers changed if it hit added. And it has to have changed at least one thing. So the answer is no, because it seems to just still be spewing out. Well, actually, maybe it's not. Anyway. Okay, so no, it's not continuously spamming the thing. It's just that like a bunch of them actually just don't have anything. So athletic, brave. Okay, so if I search for the word dog, there should be like lots of hex cells. Yes, these are like every hex cell with a dog on it, because you have the feral dog, and then it has the actual dog tag. Yay, creature dog. Woo. So yay. I guess that works. Wearing a coat, right? Dumb. Melon head. Dog. Ad marker dog. Brave. Deer. Athletic. Aggressive. Alert. Animal predator sense. Alright, anyway, I gotta end the stream because the fucking the internet's being garbage and dropping like 90% of the frames, so you guys can't see shit.